Chapter 1 Preface Fairy Tales. In a dark space, there was heavy snowfall, and when you looked around, it was white and swollen with cold and dryness everywhere. The cabin is full of warmth, the fire is burning in the stove, and the Christmas tree, roast turkey, etc. are all placed in corresponding positions, like a festive holiday. There is a big reincarnation clock in the deepest part of the void. Every time it turns, there is a paradise. The paradise is constantly corroding the wall of the world and devouring the origin of the world. The old woman is sitting on the sofa in front of the fire, reading the book in her hand. Paradise will extract his servants from the 10,000 realms, and drive the servants to point their blades at the 10,000 realms. The snow outside the window suddenly stopped, and the sky slowly became brighter. The old woman looked out the window, and she suddenly smiled. She is too old and smiles like a blooming chrysanthemum. She closed her eyes and closed the book. The book cover exudes a weird light like fish eyes. Fairy Tale. Chapter 2 The original owner can't cook and was starved to death? The afternoon sun is always warm, in a huge yard, obliquely shining across the trees in the yard, and falling on a book of poems. There was a rocking chair in the yard, shaking slightly, and a teenager was lying on it. Everything is quiet. After sleeping enough, the boy turned slightly. Bangji. The collection of poems covering the young man's face fell to the ground, and the young man also sat up. He picked up the book on the ground, threw the book on the table, and returned to the yard again to start today's practice. The boy is a traverser. After he came into this world, he followed the name of this body and called Yuan Xiling. The original owner of this body is dead. But Yuan Xiling didn't know how he died, but he could feel the original owner's soul melted into fragments and merged with his soul. So Yuan Xiling was able to receive the memory of the original owner, but it was also messy. There is only a long vague paragraph, and some details are not remembered at all. No way, after Yuan Xiling came to this world, it took another 2 or 3 days to organize his memories. The results are as follows. The original owner is a left-behind child, et. 16-year-old children. Both parents died since childhood, only grandpa is left to take care of, and the original owner can't cook, laugh. Not long ago, his grandfather passed away, and the original owner followed him a few days later. The cause of death is unknown. I don't know if it's sad, or I don't know how to cook and starve to death. The original owner's legacy is this big house, a huge sum of money and the bead now worn on his neck, but now it seems that the original owner did not starve to death. This bead is blue all over, and even the system can't detect what it is. Yuan Xiling's previous life was the same age as the original owner, but his parents are still there, but in recent years they often go out to work and rarely come back. Yuan Xiling lives alone, so naturally he will cook some home-cooked meals. After being hungry for 2 days and having a full meal, Yuan Xiling began to study the system just mentioned. This system is not the same as the system in the novel. It will not assign tasks, even without a name, so it is called system. After studying for a long time, Yuan Xiling found out a system panel. System, open the personal panel. A light blue translucent screen popped up in front of my eyes, with a sense of future technology, but it was terrible. Host, Yuan Xiling. Race, human. Skills, none. System items, none. System points, none. At the top of the system page, there are 2 arrows, both of which point down. The 2 ends of the top are personal panel and plugin function. At this time, the personal panel is slightly lit. Operate the personal panel again and find that nothing has been triggered. Yuan Z0 chooses to open the plugin function. System, turn on the plugin function. The system is nerve conducting, so Yuan Xiling can't click on it with his hands, so he meditates in his heart. The personal panel above the arrow went out quickly, the plugin function shuddered, and quickly lit up, and the screen below was also changed. 1 Void Gold Miner. 2 Void Train to 10,000 Realms. 3 System of Universal Melting Pot. 4 Ordinary People's Plan to Become Stronger. The entire screen is empty, with 4 options hanging in the middle. After another meal, Yuan Shiling found that only the 4th one could be started, and the others only had some brief introductions. 1 Void Gold Miner. He can throw out the hook, convert the void data into objects and information, and turn it into a distortion-stable object, which has a certain degree of distortion resistance. Note 1, distortion will turn everything into distortions, and the rules will change to some extent. Distortion can be used in all worlds. Note 2, distorted objects are divided into distorted objects and distorted stable objects. Distorted objects is very dangerous. Overflowing distortion will distort all around, but it is just right to hand it over to the system. 2 Void Train to the world. After meeting certain conditions, the void train will drive you to the 10,000 realms, and the green car skin will absorb the distortion of the void and convert it into your system points. Note 1, certain conditions, you have to gain enough strength or benefits in this world. 3 Systems Universal Furnace. You can put everything in, skills, exercises, pets, etc. If it can be perfectly integrated, no system points will be consumed. If there is a conflict in the fusion, you need to consume system points to offset it. Note 1, after fusion, it will become distortion stabilizer. Note 2, saying omnipotence is not a boast, and there are more functions to be developed by host. These 3 functions are very good, but they can't be turned on for the time being. Yuan Xiling had to turn on the 4th one. 4 Ordinary People's Plan to Become Stronger. You need to make your own plan to become stronger, and don't rely too much on the system. When a certain limit is reached, the system will enable the above 3 functions. Note 1, after turning on this function, you will get Ordinary Qi Yang Ju 1. Chapter 3 Saitama's Plan for Baldness. This is too much. Yuan Shiling chose to skip without hesitation, and then turned it on. Obtained Ordinary Qi Yang Ju 1, please check host in the system items. Ordinary Yang Qi Ju, when you hear this name, you know that it is not a peerless technique, it is estimated that it is a big hit. Why do other people sign in to send some good things to the system, but he has only one big market here? Yuan Xiling complained in her heart, and felt tears welling in her eyes again after the screen was switched. This, isn't it a day to stand up 100 times, sit up 100 times, squat 100 times, run 10 kilometers, can't turn on the air conditioner, and eat bananas in the morning? Isn't this Saitama's baldness plan? Does this really work? Nairi couldn't help but feel excited. What does it matter if he becomes bald like Mr. Saitama? System atmosphere. Then, Yuan Xiling also ran out of the stall to buy a handful of bananas. There was no air conditioner in the old house. A week later, Yuan Xiling felt that he was dying, and his joints were about to fall apart, let alone getting stronger. He felt that he had lost his life. Only then did he remember that the system seemed to give him a normal Yankee Ju. Is this the supplementary method that the system knows that he can't practice the Saitama baldness method, and is specially prepared for him? Yuan Xiling lay motionless on the grass in the backyard. The screen quickly changed, and it returned to the personal panel. The difference from the previous one is that there is an additional technique Ordinary Qi Yang Ju on the system items. Yuan Shiling's mind stayed on it for a while, and a system window popped up. Whether to use General Qi Yang Ju? Yes or no? Yes. The blue screen in front of him flashed, and the normal Yang Qi Ju disappeared instantly. Yuan Xiling only felt that there was a lot of information in his brain, and her body sat up unconsciously, grinning with pain, and followed the steps on the normal Yankee Ju to practice. Closing her eyes tightly, Yuan Shiling felt a warm current entering from her mouth and nose, and after running in her body for a big week, she carried the stale air out of her body. Afterwards, Yuan Ziling's breath became weaker and weaker, but the turbid breath accounted for more and more. In addition, he felt a strange power all over him, no, not only all over him, but also all over the courtyard. Just when he wanted to understand this feeling in detail, normal Yankee Jew suddenly stopped running, and this feeling disappeared. Helpless, he had to open his eyes, take a deep breath, and let his breath come slowly. All of a sudden, he only felt cool. It's like eating a dozen mints in one breath, although it didn't directly spiral into the sky, it was so refreshing that the fatigue of a few days was offset in an instant. This sensation is not limited to the mouth, it actually goes through the whole body with the throat for a week before it stops. Yuan Ziling only felt his whole body crisp and collapsed directly on the grass. Ha, I didn't expect it to be worse. Yuan Shiling took a long time to sit up. There was no dirt on the grass, Yuan Ziling wiped it on his arm, and the legendary pore spraying did not happen. Sure enough, the pores are fake. At this moment, his stomach trembled, and then he whimpered. Not hungry, but... Irrespective of physical pain, Yuan Ziling rushed directly into the toilet. After she was ready, she felt uncomfortable, so she ran out again and closed the door. System, you scam. Why didn't you say it earlier? Yuan Shiling had a grudge against the system for not telling him the side effects in advance. The host did not view the introduction by itself, so this system cannot be blamed. The electronically synthesized sound of the system echoed in my ears. The system hasn't moved much in the past few days, and didn't respond until Yuan Ziling asked him this time. Chapter 4 Ordinary Qi Yang Ju. Is there a profile? You directly ask me if I want to use it? Where did the profile come from? Yuan Shiling felt that the system was lying to him. The host was thinking about using it at the time. This system asked if the host was used, and the host was also confirmed. If host ordered to view the profile at that time, the system will pop up the profile page for host. The electronically synthesized sound of the system still does not fluctuate, which seems to be artificially retarded. Co-authored, or am I wrong? Yuan Ziling looked out the window. I was too anxious to find out just now, but now I realized that the sky was getting brighter, and the big tree outside the window was also covered with a layer of golden yellow. System, how many hours did I practice? The host has practiced for 10 hours, 16 minutes, and 2 seconds, and it is now 8:3:52. I have been practicing for 10 hours. Is it so fast? I have practiced since 10 o'clock last night until now. Originally, I hadn't eaten at noon, and the previous ones were put out again. Yuan Ziling felt a little bit weak in her body. There are no more ingredients in the old house, only a few boxes of instant noodles and some bananas. When Yuan Shiling was dealing with this, he clicked on the introduction page of Common Yang Qi Ju. Gongfa Ordinary Qi Yang Ju, first level entry. Very ordinary Yankee Jew, gentle, very suitable for beginners. It can prolong life and strengthen the body. Note 1, when used for the first time, a large amount of body pollutants will be discharged by a special method. Note 2, this Yang Qi Ju is divided into 2 layers. Ordinary. Yuan Ziling didn't have other exercises for comparison, but he could also feel that this Qi cultivation was by no means simple, and in fact, there was no need to feel it. Note 2 clearly showed it. But now it seems that this ordinary Qi nurturing art is the core of this plan to become stronger, so why did the system release Mr. Saitama's baldness plan before? Make him happy? Compared with these things, if he could become like Saitama-sensei, he might be happier. But it seemed that he had no choice, so Yuan Shiling had to follow the system step by step. He also filled out a plan to become stronger in the system, one by one to reach the second level of Yang Qi Ju. In the next few days, Yuan Shiling used Yang Qi Ju instead of sleeping, and used the computer to learn about the world in the morning. After a few days, he gradually got acquainted with Yang Qiju, and found that it is not necessary to sit cross-legged in order to practice, but a little energy can be absorbed from the air and stored in the body. But the first layer of Yang Qiju only has how to absorb energy, not how to use energy, let alone how to release it. In addition, Yuan Shiling discovered that this world was much larger than in the previous life. The entire planet was enlarged and the land accounted for more than 70%, with many forces occupying one side. As for the language, Huxia is spoken in Yuan Xiling. Although the major forces occupy one side, there has been no friction in history. Most of them are in peacetime, and the major forces have enacted laws. Then there is the most important thing. There are martial arts and superpowers and even non-human races in this world, and there are not a few, although the strength is not good, it is obvious. In fact, this problem was known when Yuan Xiling passed through and received the memory, but he needed more detailed information, so he searched the internet. As a result, many interesting things were discovered. The rapid development of biotechnology such as cloning may be the reason for the prevalence of alchemy. There is a hard transparent diaphragm above the world, so that the aerospace industry cannot be carried out, and the sky above the sky is always a problem that people are discussing. In fact, Yuan Xiling doesn't really catch a cold for these things, so searching for these materials is just for the sake of safety. So after learning that the world was not as dangerous as imagined, Yuan Xiling didn't practice as crazy as before, only to ensure the progress of the cultivation. He even took a nap. After another week of leisure, Yuan Xiling is finally about to break through the second layer. He can clearly feel that the first layer of the ordinary Qi Yang Ju has not had much effect on him. And the system also made a prompt. Gongfa-ordinary Qi Yang Ju has reached the first level of bottleneck, temporarily unable to break through. It is detected that the host has reached the standard, and it has obtained ordinary breathing method 1. Please count it and check it in the system items. It's ordinary again. Is this a series? The breathing method. The system, breathing method, and Yang Qiju seem very similar. Is there any difference? Host, please feel it yourself after practicing. Yuan Shi pouted her lips without saying anything, pretending to be mysterious. Then, system, how can Yang Qiju be promoted to the second level? The system has screened the following 3 options for host. 1. Perception promotion, comprehend the state of feeling the power of the world when you first raise your qi, and you can be promoted after the 5th level. This program is the most difficult. 2. Fusion promotion, use the system furnace to perfectly blend the normal qi yang ju and normal breathing method. Note, it is detected that the host is in the introductory stage, and the system recommends that the host raise the ordinary breathing method to the first level of the bottleneck, and proceed with the fusion. 3. By analogy, when practicing breathing method, don't forget Yang Qiju, practice both at the same time, realize and understand by analogy. Note, this program requires the host to have a very high talent in order to complete it in a short time. Host talent is average. Seeing these 3 plans, Yuan Shiling's face went black. Both plans 1 and 3 could not be completed in a short time. Moreover, the feeling of plan 1 has long been forgotten. How can I feel it? Then the furnace function of the 2-plan system is not turned on again. When the host breathing method reaches the first bottleneck, the system furnace will open. Okay. Yuan Xiling was a little helpless. After running to the yard, he decisively opened the personal panel and used the ordinary breathing method. A string of information quickly entered Yuan Shiling's mind, and his chaotic breathing rate also became rapid, as if he was following a certain pattern. Different from the cooling sensation of Yang Qiju, Yuan Shiling felt very hot and dry. He opened his eyes and could see that his skin quickly turned red. The breathing rate hasn't changed since the first time it was accelerated, and has been following that rhythm, but Yuan Shiling has become hotter and hotter herself, really wanting to find a way to vent. Skills. 1. Yankee Ju and breathing method are used at the same time to complement each other. Recommend. 2. After using the breathing method, use Yang Chi Ju to adjust the breath, which can offset the damage caused by the breathing method. Choose one of the two. Yuan Shiling was almost unable to hold on, and immediately ran the normal Yang Chi Ju. There was no change in the breathing rate, but the energy that was inhaled did not stop in the body. Instead, it quickly moved along with the root of Yang Chi Ju. The skin had receded from the red state, the body was no longer hot, and Yuan Shiling sat on the ground again. Tired, too tired, even more tired than the first practice Yang Chi Ju, Yuan Ziru wiped her forehead with her hand, only to find that her whole body was soaked with sweat. The yard is still a lot of dust, and the whole body is sweaty. It didn't take much time to practice the breathing method this time. After taking a shower, Yuan Shiling opened the personal panel. Host, Yuan Shiling. Race, human. Skills, Gongfa Ordinary Qi Yang Ju, first level of bottleneck, Gongfa General Breathing, mid-level of first floor. System items, none. System points, 10. Sure enough, 2 simultaneous practice can make the breathing method quickly improve. When Yuan Ziling first practiced Yang Chi Ju, he only had to get to the entry level. While practicing breathing method, he skipped the entry point and reached the middle stage. Also, system, when did I have 10 points? Chapter 5 Gold Miners. Host normal Yankee Ju after reaching the first bottleneck, it is given by the system. What if my breathing method also reaches a bottleneck? The system will also give 10 points. It means that as long as I practice the exercises to a level of bottleneck, I can get 10 points. Although Yuan Ziling doesn't know how the other 3 functions of the system are charged, the 10 points are not a lot. As long as he goes to the 10,000 realms to collect the exercises, he won't have a lot of points. These 2 exercises are given by the system function Ordinary People's Strengthening Plan. They have special benefits, but other exercises do not. That's really a pity. After another day, Yuan Ziling's ordinary breathing method became more proficient. During this period, he also tried the technique 2 mentioned before in the system, but the effect was not satisfactory. Use the breathing method alone, not to mention the whole body is hot and uncomfortable. After the end, you need to adjust the breath by Yang Chi Ju, which is equivalent to losing your combat effectiveness. Congratulations, host ordinary breathing method reached a bottleneck. It is detected that the host is up to the standard, and the plug-in function the universal furnace of the system is turned on. Please make persistent efforts. Is it finally possible to merge? Yuan Z0 opens the plug-in function, puts his mind on function 2, and opens the system melting pot. A huge furnace appeared on the right side of the panel, and the sound of steel beating was faintly heard. On the left are skills, system items and system points. Yuan Z opens skills at 0, and drags the normal Qi Yang Ju and normal breathing method into the furnace on the right. Whether to fuse normal Yankee Ju and normal breathing method? Yes or no? Yes. Yuan Shiling suppressed his excitement. Yang Chi Ju and breathing method turned into 2 icons and collided together, and then a new icon was formed with a pen sound. Gong method 1 Qi after the day. Introduction to the second floor. It is formed by the perfect fusion of Yang Chi Ju and breathing method. It can nourish Qi in the body and breathe can control the blood Qi in the body. Yuan Shiling felt the previous 2 strings of information merged together in his mind, and immediately began to operate according to the day after tomorrow. This feeling is very subtle, very different from running Yang Chi Ju and breathing method at the same time. It has been detected that the host has reached the standard on the spot, and all functions of the system are turned on. Please make persistent efforts. When Yuan Shiling was overjoyed, the voice of the system sounded again. The host has reached the system function 4 standard, and the final reward has been given to the system item, and the system function 4 will be closed soon. Is the strengthening project going to be closed? Turn it off and turn it off. Anyway, it has done a lot of benefits. For some reason, Saitama-sensei's bald skills has also turned into a small icon hidden in the corner of the system panel. This can only be considered later. System, open personal panel. Host, Yuan Shiling. Race, human. Skills, Gongfa Ho Tianyi, Introduction to the Second Floor. System items, Ordinary Meditation Thoughts X1. System points, 20. Yuan Xiling first used the ordinary meditation thought, and then merged it with Ho Tianyi Qi. After the fusion, the method is still Ho Tianyi Qi, but it has the function of meditation. Function 2 is easy to understand, which is to travel through the heavens and all realms. As for function 1, it seems that you can hook things from the void, but you have to pay a certain amount of system points. System, turn on void miner. The system panel popped up instantly, and a small figure was drawn on the panel. This function can be used after completing the system database. Is it to be completed? Completing the database may be noticed by the park, and the host needs to leave the world within 5 hours after completing the database. Yuan Shiling was stunned and thought for a moment, paradise. He rubbed his eyebrows, and quietly moved the day after tomorrow to calm down his emotions. That's right, the system has all appeared, so is the paradise not allowed to appear? Besides, there is no serious cultivation system in this world, no spiritual power, true qi, and only broken energy in the air, and there is no loss if you leave. How to complete? The system automatically completes. Then make it up. In the completion of the system database. The completion is successful. Do you use Void Miner and how many times do you use it? Use it, first use it once. Yuan Shiling stared at the panel, and saw the miner throw the claw out. Woo, Golden Legend. The golden light occupies the entire panel, and after the golden light dissipated, a blue knight sword appeared. Weapon Knight's one-handed sword. Devil Sword, the sharp blade can pierce energy. Cross Sword, cut out the word 10, and the enemy that is cut will be marked with the mark of evil demon. Guardian, the sword body opens a translucent light shield to protect it in front of you. Note, the one-handed sword of a certain holy light knight, the whole sword is made of materials containing light attributes, which has a certain effect on demons. But the blood of the holy light will make it stronger. Yuan Shiling turned the knight's sword upside down, swung it twice, and included it in the system item. He doesn't have time to appreciate the sword now, he has to clean up and leave here. Chapter 6 Carl Horace's Swollen Eye. System, can other things be stored in system items? Cannot. Only items obtained through the system can be deposited. That's really difficult. Yuan Shiling scratched the back of his head. The soul of Yuan Xiling merged with the soul fragments of the original owner, and also inherited the nostalgia for this house. The original owner and Yuan Shiling were both an otaku in his previous life and were not familiar with the outside world, so during this period of time when Yuan Shiling traveled over, he didn't even want to go out. It seems that I can only bring something selectively. Nanan said to himself, but the action on his hand was a meal. This bead. It used to be that the system database was missing and could not be detected, but now it should be able to be detected. System, check this bead. Checking. Item Carl Horace Swollen Magic Eye. Inactive. Space, there are countless spaces inside, and the size of the space can be adjusted at any time. Isolation, isolate the outside world, and each space is isolated from each other. Note 1. I really don't know who Carl Horace is, but this bead really looks like his eyeball. Note 2, beads made with 3 worlds and a little special material can do more than just loading things. Yuan Shiling stared at the beads in her hand blankly. Unexpectedly, this bead is a magic weapon of space, And its background is so big. But looking at this introduction, the eyeball seems to be just the name of the speed. Otherwise, this thing is really eyeball. Then, system, how to activate this stuff. Host puts the magic eye on the forehead and uses the acquired chi to meditate. Yuan Shiling lay on the sofa, put the magic eye behind her forehead, and immediately meditated. It hurts, it hurts. Yuan Ziling's body emits a faint light up and down. After the magic eye comes into contact with the light, it directly turns into a blue light spot and penetrates into the center of her eyebrows, and then Yuan Ziling loses consciousness. Know the sea. The blue light spots filled the entire space, and then gathered into a bead in one place. Yuan Ziling's soul also opened his eyes. System, what's going on? Magic eye forcibly opens up the identification C for the host, and binds it with the host. Knowledge of the sea? Magic eye, you can release the consciousness of the sea in the future, so you won't lose it. Yuan Ziling scratched his head symbolically and continued. System, send me. Yuan Zili hadn't finished speaking yet, the entire consciousness sea trembled violently, and abruptly doubled again. The newly expanded area continuously has golden light spots, which are quickly stacked together to outline the appearance of a small golden tower. The golden small tower is completely formed, and when it turns into substance, the golden light spots will no longer be produced. System. The system quickly understood the meaning of Yuan Shiling, and an information window popped up in time. Item Golden Tower. Containment, contain the soul in the small tower. Soul Guard, soul mental attacks will be absorbed by the small tower. Note, the previous protective shell of the system. Yuan Zirui breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the protective shell of the system. He thought something had happened, but the system was really generous. After the fusion of the Sea of Knowledge and the two items, the spiritual power increased by more than 1 star. Withdrawing from the Sea of Knowledge, Yuan Shiling felt a moment of depression. Above. There are things on it that make him very uncomfortable. The system, help me collect everything in the house Magic Eye. The system is binding with Magic Eye. The binding is successful. The items in the house are being collected. The collection is successful. While the system was collecting items, Yuan Shiling was also trying his best to adjust his own state, the day after tomorrow moving quickly. Probably because of the skyrocketing mental power, coupled with the suppression of the sky, Yuan Ziling felt groggy. Heaven. Yuan Ziling suddenly thought of the information about this world found on the internet a few days ago. The huge transparent diaphragm was a day. As if feeling something in his heart, the sky slowly cracked a hole, like an empty eye, looking towards Yuan Ziling. Yuan Shiling felt that the pressure was even greater, and directly half-kneeled on the ground. Not, mental attack. Detecting that the host is in a state of mental instability, it is recommended that the host use the system to hang up. Whether to use the system to hang up? Yes or no? Yuan Ziling did not answer immediately. He remembered that the world's land accounted for more than 70%, and it would definitely cause extreme weather changes, increased temperature changes, etc., but these did not happen. It's like there is a pair of big hands sweeping these out, arranging everything in this world, or the sky is like a cage, and someone outside is keeping the world in captivity. Can't stay any longer. System, can you put the whole house and this yard into the Magic Eye? The host's mental power is not enough to support such a large portal. Forcibly supporting the meeting to make the host enter a short-term dormancy, you can use the system points to protect the host's soul from harm. During hibernation, the system will automatically hang up. System, turn on automatic hang up. As soon as the voice fell, Yuan Shiling's soul disappeared into the Sea of Knowledge. Outside, Yuan Shiling slowly opened his eyes and stood up. The eyes that lost their highlights did not fluctuate. Raising both hands, a portal appeared in the middle. Yuan Shiling threw the portal up, and the portal was actually like a liquid, gradually becoming larger in the air, and covering the entire area when it fell. The sphere shrank quickly and flew back into his palm. Yuan Shiling glanced lightly at the cracked sky, and slowly disappeared. After a long time, a tall young man appeared there. "Did you run again, et?" Chapter 7 Becoming a Cute King. It's so uncomfortable. This was Yuan Shiling's first feeling after waking up. He felt that his body was squeezed into a small room, and all parts of his body were being squeezed. Then, he couldn't feel the existence of other parts of the body, as if he was born without these. And then, Yuan Shiling opened his eyes. Too dark. Tormented, Yuan Zirui tried to touch his head with his hands, but his hands did not respond. But before that, the head didn't seem to know where it was. "System, what's wrong with me?" The sound echoed in this small dark space. However, the system did not directly answer him. "Host has successfully left Golden Paradise Experimental World number 2. It's really an experimental world, and the name Golden Paradise is too sloppy." Ignoring Yuan Ziling's complaints, the system continued to report. In order to avoid the managers of this world, the system adopts the best plan, leaving the original body of the host in the experimental world. What's the best solution? Then those things I practiced before are all in vain. Yuan Ziling felt a bit of toothache. The original physical skill information system has been backed up. That's good, system, where am I now? And what's wrong with me now? The host is now located in an unnamed fragmented world. In addition, in order to save the power of the system, the body of the host uses the most potential template in the low sequence Slim Limlu Turn Pest, incomplete. Menwang template? Why is it still incomplete? Yuan Ziling wanted to scratch his head, only to remember that he didn't even have a hand. No core skills - great sage. Host, please get acquainted with the new body as soon as possible. The system rarely paused. The day after tomorrow Zongming's thoughts can be released from the spirit. Yuan Ziling didn't care about that much anymore, and directly used meditation to release his mental power. A blue irregular dumpling writhed around the desolate hole. Not the ordinary blue, but blue and white with some noble white. Oh, Mo King, not a dream. But when Yuan Shiling wanted to expand the scope of his mental power, he felt a scorching pain. It seems that the sea of knowledge has not stabilized yet. He concentrated his consciousness on the lower part again and moved vigorously. Moved. Finally moved. It's really difficult. Okay, then up. The blue and white dumpling jumped up and flew far away. It's really Mo King, Long Aotian's Mo King, although he can't be directly invincible like Mr. Saitama. Yuan Ziling sighed again that it was a surprise to get the Menwang template, but he always had an inexplicable taste. System, in the future, except for emergencies, you have to ask me about other decisions. The system will only take measures autonomously when it hangs up. Well, system, what is fragment world? Fragmented world, the normal world is destroyed by man-made influences, and the remaining world exists in the form of fragments. It's the world played badly by the reincarnations. Yuan Ziling went around the world like this, and found that this fragmented world was also quite small. The whole world was covered with desolate scorched earth, connected to the sky in red, with a huge pothole in the center. Yuan Shiling radiated his spiritual power, and the result was like hitting a wall, the spiritual power was bounced back. The system, can it detect what's below? The distance is too far to detect. Consumption of 1 system point allows for long-distance map drawing. Use a map to draw. Drawing. The drawing is successful. A three-dimensional map appeared in Yuan Shiling's mind. The workmanship was so rough that it could barely be seen clearly. There was a green dot flashing on the side of the pothole, and there was a huge cave below without any red dot flashing. It seems that there is no danger anymore. Yuan Xiling jumped directly, and after a feeling of weightlessness, she steadily fell to the ground. He hurriedly released his spiritual power. Yuan Xiling discovered that he could only radiate up to 5 meters at most, and then radiate just like the previous situation. He looked at the map in his mind, chose a direction, and proceeded cautiously. This should be the fragmented world earlier. The traps such as magic markings have been damaged, the world rules have been solidified, and the degree of danger is extremely low. The blue dumpling stretched out a small tentacle and scratched his head. According to you, there is nothing good in it. The magic engraving can't be activated. It doesn't mean that there is no magic. System, it's not right? At the entrance of the cave, my mental power can't enter. There are creatures with powerful mental powers that die here, their souls volatilize, and their mental powers fill the cave, which poses no threat. Then, this fragmented world, has no one ever been here? Yuan Xiling didn't think that the group of vampires of reincarnation would not be greedy when he knew it. There are countless fragmented worlds in the void. The smaller the size of the world, the faster it moves, and it often hides in the void and reappears many years later. Understood? In other words, this world has just appeared. The road soon came to an end, and the surrounding area became much wider. This is Shitai. I saw a huge stone engraved with magical spells at the end. Yuanzi felt it carefully, and the surrounding stone walls were also engraved with this kind of spells, but they were not as clear as those from the huge stone. Yuanzi compressed her body and jumped up like a spring. Chapter 8 Transformation Rules. Yuan Xiling didn't control her strength, and slammed her head directly on the ceiling, and the dust spread all over the floor. Gee, come over again. Yuan Xiling estimated the height of the boulder, made a slight leap, and landed on the boulder steadily. Yuan Xiling can see clearly now. The boulder is inlaid with a polyhedral sphere, and the 4 sides of the stone wall are respectively tied with a chain, and 4 chains are inserted around the polyhedral sphere. System, Detection. Item Magic Core, Fire. The magic core left over after the death of an ancient fire dragon was absorbed by the brave and lost some of its magic power. Yuan Xiling looked at the flickering lines on the magic core. There should be a lot of magic left. He jumped on top of the magic core. Great Sage, ah! System, Predator. The blue ball turned into a black mist, covering the magic core. The system is binding with stomach bag. The binding is successful. System, by the way, bind magic eye and stomach bag to save trouble in the future. Magic eye is binding with stomach bag, bind successfully. Analyzing the magic core. The analysis was successful. Obtain characteristics: primary fire, fire element affinity, dragon power, skills: dragon scale armor, dragon breath, swallow, dragon wing. The blue dumpling was turbulent, and it was visibly enlarged by the naked eye, and strange fiery red lines appeared on it. The fiery red lines shine brightly, attracting the surrounding mental energy to slowly move closer to here. Yuan Xiling controlled her body, the red lines slowly dissipated, and the dumplings returned to their original size. It's better to be like this. Swallow. Yuan Xiling once again turned into a cloud of black mist, covering the entire stone platform. As for the chain, it turned into dust and dissipated in the world when it touched it. Analyzing. The analysis was successful. Obtain characteristics: earth element affinity, skills: gathering demon talisman, seal talisman, incomplete. After the black mist swallowed the stone platform, it stuck to the stone walls on all sides. When the black mist fell, the carvings on the stone walls had disappeared. Analyzing. The analysis was successful. Obtain characteristics: dark element affinity and skill: shadow guard rune. Yuan Xiling went back and forth a few times in this pothole again, swallowing a lot of things. Is there anything good about the system? The solidification rules of this fragmented world can help the host transform into a human form. Huh? This is a rule anyway. Can it only be used to transform? The system has detected that the fragmented world's mother world personality is too high, and the monster's transformation needs to break through the transformation period, attracting the rules of heaven and earth transformation, and helping it transform. But the fire dragon was sealed here. In order to get out of trouble and break through the transformation period, the rules of transformation were introduced. Just about to transform, the mother world collapses, and the rules are solidified here. This fire dragon is really miserable. The system, transform it now. The rules are being sharpened. The rule has been activated, please prepare the host. At this moment, the mental power that had just gathered slowly suddenly turned into a light ball, suspended in mid-air. System. Yuan Shiling was a little uneasy. Income magic eye. The blue dumpling trembled slightly, turning into a black mist and instantly enveloping the light cluster. Starting to transform. Outside the pothole, the reddish sky rippled slightly, and a transparent water drop-like object fell, ignoring the heavy scorched earth rock layer, and fell on the blue ball. Shaping rules evenly cover Yuan Shiling's whole body, and slowly merge with it. Yuan Xiling could feel the presence of his limbs only when he felt the sky and the earth revolve. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. They were a pair of hands that were much more delicate than the original body. System, open the personal panel. Host, Yuan Shiling. Race, slime, transformation. Features, primary fire, fire element affinity, earth element affinity, dark element affinity, long way. Skills, Hersday Yuki, introduction to the second floor, predation, mimicry, stomach pouch, dragon scale armor, dragon breath, swallow, dragon wing, devil gathering rune, seal rune, incomplete, shadow guard rune, void step. System items, knight's one-handed sword. System points, 15. Swollen eyes, Yuan Shiling, book fairy, blank book. Taxu was obtained by Yuan Xiling swallowing a strange little stone, while book fairy and blank book were in a small box. As soon as Yuan Xiru touched, the small box was weathered, and the two items inside were fine. As for the system points, it was deducted to 10 points before, and 5 points were added after crossing again. System, you should have given me the Mengwang template long ago. Why wait for me to finish the day after tomorrow before giving it to me? Looking at the personal panel that is gradually enriching, Yuan Xiling has some questions. Host, after the day 1 Qi is the best auxiliary exercise selected by the system. When you reach the second tier bottleneck, you can simply mediate internal conflicts. Slime template is a temporary decision made by the system and does not consume system points. The host will face the 10,000 realms, no matter which way it goes. It is good to have an auxiliary technique. Chapter 9 Fortunately not bald. Alright, you win. Yuan Shiling shrugged and looked at the body again. Visually 150, it can't be more, it should have absorbed a magic core before. It's really awesome, from 130 to 150 directly. I touched my head. Fortunately, I still have hair, otherwise the picture of the bald Mo King is too beautiful. As for the pupils, the King Mo should be golden. Unfortunately, there is no mirror here. Yuan Shiling looked down slowly. Flat chest, smooth underneath, you can see your feet at a glance. The skin is also very white, the limbs, short, thin arms and legs, lowly still needs to be a bit fleshy to hold it comfortably. Wait, what are you thinking about? A hole. Yuan Shiling took out a set of clothes from Magic Eyes and put them on, but the clothes were too big for him now. One shoulder was exposed directly, but unfortunately no one here can appreciate it. Host can enter keywords in Void Miner to hook the corresponding items. No need to spend more points. Unnecessary. Yuan Shi opened Void Miner at 0, and entered the keywords, clothes, reparable, and adjustable size. Feeling a little wrong, he added boys again. The boy's heart is not dead. After Yuan Shiling finished all this, he let the system start. In the screen, the miner found a direction, the claws broke away in an instant, and flew out. Item Chiba. The style and size can be changed without any attribute bonuses. Item Magician's Gift. Explosion Art, input magic power into the black top hat, from which you can transform into rabbits, doves, or eggs, which can be detonated at any time. Poker Cards, after wearing poker gloves, the magic power can be transformed into playing cards, the lowest is 3 and the highest is King. The color of the poker gloves can be changed. Magic Wand, a wand with ordinary appearance, but it can store a lot of magic power. Magic, 3 small flying knives without attributes and a small silver needle. This time 5 system points are spent. Good guys. 2 items were exploded at once. Yuan Xiling took out Chiba and turned it into a sweater, which fits well. It seemed that something was wrong. Yuan Shiling turned into a rubber band again, tied her hair behind her head, and then began to organize her personal panel. Skill Predation. Every part of the body can be turned into black mist, and the shrouded things will enter the stomach pouch. Bound Swelling Eye, selectable. Skill Devour. The black dragon swallows everything and turns it into energy. Yuan Shiling matched these 2 skills at first glance. The system has also reminded him that for perfect integration, the 2 must at least be related. Yuan Shiling did not directly fuse the 2, but put Swallow into the furnace first. He wants to develop the melting pot. Sure enough, after putting Swallow up, the furnace ejected a lot of information. Host has successfully developed the refining and reshaping functions of melting furnace. Function Refining. Refine characteristics, skills, etc. into attribute points. Function Reshaping. Reallocate attribute points for items, skills, etc. These 2 functions don't seem to be used temporarily, let's merge them first. Yuan Zili squeezed his chin. Infusion. Perfect Fusion. Skill Predation. Every part of the body can be turned into black mist, and the covered objects will enter the stomach pouch, or turn into magic power. Bound Swelling Eye, selectable. Yuan Shiling was quite satisfied with the result of this fusion, and he continued to check the new profile. Skill Stomach Pouch. The prey is placed in the stomach pouch. Skill Mimicry. The body can become a complete predator. Skill Dragon Scale Armor. Use magic power to attach a layer of dragon scales on the body surface. Skill Dragon's Breath. Breath with magic power, the more magic power, the stronger the power. Skill Dragon Wing. Spread his wings behind him. Skill Gathering Magic Rune. It is painted on an object that can withstand magic power and has the effect of gathering magic power. Skill Seal Talisman, incomplete. It is painted on an object that can withstand magic, and placed according to a certain rule, incomplete, which can seal the creature in the middle. Skill Shadow Guard Rune. It is painted on an object that can withstand magic power, and the character can consume magic power to summon shadow guards from it. Skill Void Step. The weird pace, silent on the ground, can float for a short time. Using magic power will bring up phantoms. Features the original fire. Natal Fire. Feature Long Way. The natural coercion of the dragon can be closed. After reading these introductions, Yuan Shiling found a problem. Only after twisting can it be used in 10,000 realms, otherwise it seems that it can only be used in this world. In other words, you can only use the characteristics, the skills brought by the Mo King template, and the day after tomorrow. As for why the features can be used, the feature is that it has been integrated into the slime body, and this body is brought by the Menwang template, so it can be used naturally. System, Let's take a look at those items first. Item Book Fairy. Smart little paper man. After refining, you can control its actions, and you can remember the contents of the book when you clip it in the book. Item Blank Book. A book is empty on white. Maybe it will be effective after refining? Yuengzi used her own mental power to refine both things. There is no book now, and it is impossible to test Chu Xian. But after the refining was successful, the blank book reacted first. There is a faint flow of light on the cover, conveying a message to Yuan Shiling. Let me draw a pattern? Yuan Ziyi didn't think of any patterns, so he drew a six-pointed star on the cover. After painting, the blank book turned into a stream of light and got into Yuan Shiling's calf. Yuan Shiling rolled up his trouser legs, and a six-pointed star was tattooed on her smooth skin. It's turned into a tattoo? It's a bit like a sign. Yuan Shiling seemed to think of something again, and took out the magic wand. Chapter 10 Trains Without Fronts. Yuan Shiling seemed to think of something again, and took out the magic wand. The magic power is gathered at the fingertips, and the lines of gathering magic talisman are carved on the handle, while the stick body is carved with the lines of shadow guard talisman. Yuan Shiling felt the flow of magic around him. Sure enough, the surrounding magic power flows here and is stored in the magic wand. Yuan Ziling touched the stick on the ground again, and a row of soldiers in black armor appeared around him. Haha, I really am a genius. The shadow guard did not hold a weapon, the armor was all over his body, only his eyes were exposed, and the dark blue light beating slightly. Is this the shadow guard? It's pretty handsome. Yuan Ziyue carefully observed for a moment, how do you fight and play karate? Hearing that, a shadow guard stood up, raised his hand, the armor on his fingers suddenly became sharp, and then he grabbed it directly on the wall. Because of the seal talisman, the hard rock wall has been shattered every inch. Not bad, is there any ability? A group of shadow guards instantly escaped into the shadow and gathered in the shadow of Yuan Shiling. This ability reminds Yuan Ziyue of the ninja soldiers in the adventures of Jackie Chan, but there is no doubt that the shadow guards are much stronger and more handsome than them. Yuan Shiling estimated the magic power consumed again, he exhausted all the magic power to activate, and he could turn out about 200 or 300 animals. No way, most of the magic core has been lost, and the damn brave. One day, he will swallow the brave too. Jiniri transformed the shadow guards into magic power again, and inserted the magic wand aside to let it replenish the magic power by itself. Yuan Shiling has cultivated the acquired chi for a long time, and the broken energy and magic power previously stored in that world in the body quickly merged. The system once said that as long as you cultivate to the second tier bottleneck, you can simply adjust internal conflicts. I don't know how long it took before Yuan Shiling finally felt the bottleneck. Unlike the first layer bottleneck, the bottleneck seemed a bit loose. Although this is loose, it is not something that can be broken through just by Yuan Shiling. He practiced for a while and then gave up. The next world is definitely not as lucky as this time, and the degree of danger is unknown, so the strength must be maximized. There are 10 more system points. Void Miner should be able to be used a few more times. System Furnace Yuan Shiling can't think of anything that can be integrated for the time being. The system, if it detects that it can be perfectly integrated, remember to remind me. Receive. Yuan Ziling also tattooed the Devil Gathering Talisman on poker gloves and black top hat. I wanted to have the Night Sword also tattooed, but seeing the already very complicated patterns on the sword, I thought about it. Never mind. Parker gloves and black top hat cannot store magical powers, and they are tattooed with Devil Gathering Talisman, which can only reduce a certain amount of consumption in battle, not to mention the Demon Gathering Talisman will be unavailable in the next world. Forget it, take a gamble. Yuan Shiling no longer intends to slowly wear it down here. System, use Void Miner, all 10 points are used, by the way, help me choose what I need most now. As for keeping some to deal with emergencies, no need, you will have it again after passing through once. Whether to use void miner? Yes or no? Yes. On the screen, the miner's claws are divided into 4, grabbing in 4 directions. Item Vampiric Stone X3. Can store blood for a short time. Information Introduction to Swordsmanship. An introduction to swordsmanship can quickly familiarize beginners with swordsmanship. Item Plain Scabbard. Suitable for swords of any size and style, used to converge momentum. Item Fast Boots. Increase walking speed, can walk on liquid. This time consumes 7 system points. It's really needed now. Detected Vampire Stone can be perfectly integrated with little flying knife. Fusion. In fusion, the fusion is successful. Item Vampire Throwing Knife X3. Short and powerful, it can control its flight with magic power and store blood for a short time. This is a good thing, and I will rely on it to steal blood in the future. Yuan Shiling put boots on her feet, tried a few steps, and then cut the sword sheath from her waist, and took out the knight one-handed sword and inserted it into it. System, receive introduction to swordsmanship. Received successfully. It really talked about how to use the sword. There was no advanced swordsmanship. System, Golden Tower seems to have a mental light group in it. It is recommended that the host should not be swallowed now. Some time ago, the spirit has skyrocketed, and it will cause mental instability if it continues. Alright. Yuan Shiling took out Parker gloves and put it on again, squeezed a few playing cards, and shot it out. The stronger the number on the playing card, the higher the magic power consumed and the faster the speed, but the faster the speed makes it difficult to control its trajectory. Although my spiritual power has opened up the sea of knowledge, it is far from enough. In the future, I will have to practice spiritual power. The system, use the void train. Yuan Shiling held the cane in his hand. A green-skinned train car drove out of the sky. Just one carriage? Where's the front? Unnecessary. The doors of the carriage opened slowly, and there were no entertainment facilities such as TV sets as imagined by Shiling, only rows of seats. Feel free to find a place to sit down. Selecting the world for host. The selection was successful. Please be prepared for host. Chapter 11 Black X Leaf Grass. Already arrived, please get off host. Get 10 points this time. The door of the carriage opened slowly. Yuan Xiling stood in the aisle, looking at the setting sun sneaking in outside the window, feeling again. Last time I saw this scene, it seemed to be a junior high school in my previous life. Although Yuan Xiling is very slow to the feelings between people, it does not hinder his sentimental feelings about the scenery. System, can I still go back? When the host reaches a certain standard, the void train will start to return to the earth. As the boots stepped on the sunset, Yuan Xiling walked off the carriage, and the carriage disappeared as a spot of light. This is a farmland, but there is no one on it. System, which world is this? Black Clover. Black Clover? The system in this world does not seem to be very high. It's funny to say that Yuan Shiling also watched this episode when he was on Earth. He ordered Chai Fan soon after the anime appeared, and then watched 20 or 30 episodes, ready to stock up a bit. After I don't know how long it has been, when I want to come back to see, I already need the big membership, and then the big membership expires again. Looking at the house under the sunset on the opposite side, Yuan Xiling felt his head a bit big. Don't know what time period it is now? Yuan Xiling's walking stick income system, with the blessing of the boots, jumped to the opposite side in 3 steps. The outermost part of the village is a church, but the skull of the devil cannot be seen, so it must not be the village where the protagonist Asta is located. The nun was packing her clothes outside the church door, and a few children were playing nearby. Men May I ask, where is this place? Yuan Shiling asked. The nun raised her head suspiciously, and a Japanese word popped out of her mouth. The translation function started successfully. It turns out that others just didn't understand it at all. Yuan Shiling repeated it again. Did you just come to this village? This is called Ala Village. The nun covered her mouth and smiled. Yuan Xiling looked at the nun who was taller than herself, feeling a little speechless. Ala Village? This name is too sloppy. Or is there a problem with the translation of the system? Please do not question the system. Is this from the Clover Kingdom? Yuan Shiling scratched his head. Yes, little sister. It looks like you have come to this country for the first time. Would you like to stay here tonight? Little sister? Is there anyone who is not so vigilant? Strangers who meet for the first time dare to invite them in directly. Does this have to be courageous, silly, and cute, or his appearance is too deceptive? Okay, there's that. I'm a man, Yuan Shiling bowed as he learned how to thank Ri Fanli. Huh? I'm sorry. Just now because of Yuan Xiling's arrival, the children who hid behind the nun were poking out their heads, the oldest being only 11 years old. Then you choose a room with the children, and I'll prepare dinner. The nun put her clothes aside, patted her hands, and walked into the church first. 4 children stood in a group, at a loss what to do, and the oldest 11-year-old boy was pushed out. Yuan Xiling looked at the boy half a head shorter than himself, smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand first. Hello, my name is Yuan Shiling, I am here for the first time, and I will leave for one night. Seeing the other side's attitude, the boy became bolder. Hello, my name is Raiwichi. After speaking, he flashed over and pointed at the second biggest little girl. This is Swana. Finally, there are 2 boys of similar age. This is Quanlin, and Guanjai. After speaking, he took Yuan Shiling into the church. I have to say that this church is much better than that of Bayasta, and there are many rooms. Yuan Shiling chose an empty room on the left. Zhou Na also brought a set of clean bedding. It's time for dinner. The nun asked Yuan Xiling to come over for dinner. Everyone in the church was already sitting around the dining table. Yuan Xiling walked over and sat down. This was the first time he saw the priest in this church. The priest also looked towards Yuan Xiling. Your Excellency, noble. Yuan Xiling wears much better than them, and she has a pair of golden eyes, which makes the priest think about it. No, I'm just a wandering traveler. Yuan Xiling waved his hand. The atmosphere was a bit weird for a while. The nun hurriedly broke the atmosphere. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Sally. This is the priest, Chris Cooper. Then, let's start eating. Yuan Shiling also followed them and shouted. I started. There is no 4-leaf clover, as in Japan, which stipulates that you cannot speak when you eat. So the nun Sally chatted with Yuan Shiling, and the priest also mixed up a few words, and the previous seriousness was gone, and the hall burst into laughter. After getting acquainted at the dinner table, Yuan Xiling also asked the priest about the way to Haji village. Although when asked what's special lately, the priest did not mention of 4-leaf clover and Asta of no magic book, but this does not mean that it must be before the plot. It may also be far behind. After asking all this, Yuan Shiling returned to the room. System, if someone comes in at night, remember to wake me up. Receive. Although in theory slimes don't need to sleep or eat, this habit can't be changed. Chapter 12 The Most Remote Village. Yuan Xiling woke up very early, sitting on the bed and running the day after tomorrow. He didn't go out until the nun Sally came to call him. When Yuanzi cultivated in the morning, she also sorted out her understanding of the world in her previous life. This is a world full of magic. Everyone will awaken a magical attribute before the age of 15, and when they are 15 years old, they will go to the magic book tower to participate in the award ceremony and obtain their own magic book. After obtaining the magic book, not only can the magic in the magic book be used, but the magic power will also be improved to a certain extent. After Yuan Xiling finished breakfast, he secretly stole some of their hair and blood. The nun is of water attribute, the priest and the two little boys are of fire attribute, the eldest boy is of earth attribute, and the little girl is of fog attribute. Before leaving, Yuan Shiling accepted the priest's commission again to clear the wild boars around the village. It turned out to be asking him, no wonder the nun was so enthusiastic yesterday. At this time, Yuan Xiling was running fast in a forest. He killed a lot of wild boars along the way, swallowing the corpses. His magic power increased a little, but he also gained a skill. Skill rampage. The body ignited flames, slamming the enemy fiercely. I have to say that this wild boar is everywhere, except for the wild boar, Yuan Shiling hasn't encountered anything. Because there is no map, Yuan Xiling went wrong more than once, and asked many people for directions along the way. Do you know how to get to Haji village? Haji village? It's the village where the first generation magic emperor defeated the demon king. Oh, there. Yuan Xiling wanted to cry without tears, and in the end he went around again. It was indeed the most border village. It was really troublesome. He could already see the demon king's skull from a distance, but the sky gradually dimmed. Are you going to go to the church to stay overnight, or will you turn into a slime and hang it on the branch? The dilapidated church didn't seem to be much better than the outside. Forget it, let's go to the hotel again, and steal some blood by the way. Yuan Shiling put away the throwing knife spinning at his fingertips, leaving nightsword and poker gloves for self-defense, and turned poker gloves black. Then walked upright like a church. Then the next scene is exactly the same as the church in Ala village. In the yard, the nun Lily was packing her clothes, and a few children were playing next to her. Look at the children, they are about the same age as the beginning of the plot, but I didn't see Yusta and Yuno. I don't know if he is out or inside, or he has already joined the Magic Knights. Yuan Shiling quickened his pace and stopped not far from the nun. Hello, I'm a swordsman who travels around, can I spend the night with you? Yuan Ziruo took the lead in showing his identity. The children playing nearby also stopped after hearing this. This. The nun Lily narrowed her eyes, a little embarrassed. Sister, have you seen Asta? At this time, a black-haired handsome bee walked out of the house. Asta may have gone there to exercise, you know. Sister Lily pointed at the skull of the demon god. Oh. Yuno only noticed Yuan Xiling who was standing aside. Who is this? Hello, I am Yuan Shiling, a swordsman traveling around, and I want to spend the night with you. Yuan Shiling scratched his head. You have to ask the priest is cooking inside. Yuno turned and walked into the church. Then. Jiniri, aren't you a magician? Sister Lily pointed to the sword behind Jiniri's waist. No, I just turned 15 and I haven't awarded the magic book yet. This sword is for self-defense. Soon, Yuno walked out with the priest. Oh, I'm Father Orji, you can stay here tonight, we happen to have a free bed here. And tonight we also cooked baked sweet potato pie. Wait for me. Yuan Xiling didn't want to eat all sweet potatoes. So he ran into the forest and took out the wild boar that had been killed before from the magic eye. All right. Yuan Shiling ran out of the forest, carrying 2 wild boars on his shoulders. Kill 2 wild boars so quickly? The priest showed a look of astonishment. Should I be surprised that he can kill 2 wild boars? The nun murmured from the side. It was killed before, so it's heavier, just put it over there. Yuan Xiling handed the 2 wild boars to the priest. Let's eat this tonight, sweet potatoes, or something, it's not good to eat too much. Okay. The priest swallowed. The church had a rare meat tonight. Naturally, Jiniri is very popular with them, especially Asta. It's delicious, I've never eaten such a delicious one. Thank you, Yuan Shiling. Then tears flowed out of his mouth unconvincingly. At the dinner table, Yuan Shiling asked the time and place of the award ceremony in the same way. Unfortunately, the church was very broken and the priest himself did not have a map. After the meal, Yuan Shiling secretly obtained a little bit of their blood, but unfortunately there was only one more wind magic. Chapter 13 Magic Book Modern Huxia Dictionary. Yuan Shiling did not collect blood all the way, but the magic attributes he collected overlapped with the previous ones. So now he has only collected 5 types: wind, soil, fire, water, and fog. And it only has magic attributes, not a single skill. The system said that he has not awarded the magic book and cannot use magic tricks. In other words, you must develop your own skills after obtaining the magic book. In fact, developing skills is very simple. If Yuan Xiling thinks about the style of skills, he can acquire skills by then. The system says the same. However, Yuan Shiling only saw more than 20 to 30 episodes, and didn't make any moves like Magic Emperor and Commander level. What's more, the development of entertainment in this world is not very good. It is particularly boring. After Yuan Shizero collected several powerful magics, he wanted to leave the world directly. Difficult. There were still 2 or 3 days before the award ceremony, and Yuan Xiling stayed in the church. The people in the church were so happy, especially Asta, who was very curious about the sword behind Yuan Shi's waist. In the past few days, Yuan Xiling used Void Miner again, the keyword was Flying Broomstick, and a total of 1 point was consumed. Item Light Wheel 2000. It comes from a magical world that uses a magic wand. After injecting magic power, it has extraordinary flying ability. Acceleration, inject a lot of magic power. This time consumes 1 system point. Yuan Xiling was afraid that he would get lost again in the future, so if he could fly a little bit higher at any rate, he would be able to hurry. In March, when the fireflies and dandelion fluff are flying, the Magical Book Award ceremony was held in various places. At this time, Yuan Shiling also came to the Magic Book Tower with a group of church members. Yuan Xiling raised his head, and saw a huge clover logo at the top, and various colorful magic books were placed on the huge cylindrical bookshelf. What would happen if I swallowed the entire Magic Book Tower? Yuan Shiling pinched his chin and thought. It is recommended that host do not do this. Host is still unable to beat the contemporary Magic Emperor. Oh. Don't swallow until you can beat it later, right? Speaking of this, Zhen Shiling suddenly thought of the huge skull of the Demon King. System, how about I swallow that? Yuan Shiling muttered silently. The age is too old, and you can't get skills for non-core parts, you can only increase attribute points. Yuan Shiling wanted to curse a bit. As in the original book, there are 2 self-righteous people talking to each other nearby, pointing to Asta from time to time. Then the tower owner slowly floated down from above. In front of him was a cyan microphone like a drop of water. Exciting speech. Seriously, please. Although he knew the original work, Yuan Shiling was also taken aback. Then, begin to grant the magic book. All kinds of magic guide books are floating there in the air. Yuan Shiling silently released the spiritual power and magic power, and there was no coercion. He wants to learn about a magical world that uses a magic wand, where the protagonist exudes magic power and let the wand choose the owner by himself. The magical books flew into the hands of the crowd below. The passers-by also began to discuss their magic book. The 4-leaf clover also flew to Yuno's hand. Only Jiniri and Asta in the audience have not obtained the magic book. The difference is that Asta is half kneeling and embrace the sun, while Jiniri is closing his eyes tightly. Then. The magic book didn't come to me. Yasta still refused to give up this posture. The Tower Master manages the beard. Why, you come back next year, look, there isn't anyone out there who hasn't obtained the magic book. Don't be discouraged. The Tower's Master hadn't finished speaking, suddenly the sky was golden light, and the golden light spots instantly outlined a magical book. If there are reincarnations from the earth on the scene, they will definitely recognize this magic book. Isn't this the 7th edition of the modern Huxia dictionary in an enlarged version? Modern Huxia dictionary does not drift down slowly like other magic books. But after sketching it in the air, it fell straight towards the source. Yuan Shiling seemed to feel something, suddenly opened her eyes, bent over, and wanted to avoid it. But it was too late. A modern Huxia dictionary with a length of about 120, a width of 80, and a thickness of 15 slammed on Yuan Shiling's back. The unit is centimeters. One can imagine how big this magic book is compared to others. He smashed Yuan Shiling straight out of a pit. It's still a bit painful. Yuan Shiling is of course fine, even the clothes are not torn. He pushed the magic book away, and a carp stood up and patted the dust on his body. In the distance, the duo began to mock again. Oh! Look at that person, since he was hit by his own magic book, ha ha ha. That's it, it took so long for the magic book to choose it, I'm afraid it's not a waste of wood, so he can't move the big magic book. Yuan Xiling glanced at the two of them, and this kind of person is really disgusting everywhere. Yuan Shiling tried to move the magic book, but this thing is too big to move. Humph, wait a minute, naturally someone will come to clean up the two of them. Chapter 14 Broken Arm Blech. After Yuan Shiling dragged the magic book out of the magic book tower, he did not rush to leave. Wait a minute, there is still a good show to watch, not to mention, these people haven't collected blood yet. 3 knives were released and quickly collected. Yuan Shiling found a hidden alley and hid, spread the magic book on the ground, and checked the contents of the magic book. The appearance is similar to the modern Huxia dictionary, but it's flattened. Turning over, there are words on the first page, but the others are blank. Skill Digital Magic. 2. Divide the total magic power into 2 halves in a short time, the weaker the opponent's magic power, the longer the duration. If the opponent's total magic power exceeds himself, there is a chance that it will be invalid. 210, and so on. Yuan Shiling is still very satisfied with this magic. It is detected that blank book and modern Huxia dictionary can be perfectly integrated. Do they blend? Yes or no? After fusion, will this digital magic disappear? Will not. Then fuse. Another burst of golden light flashed. Item blank magic book. Digital magic. Water magic. Earth magic. Fire magic. Wind magic. Mist magic. Note, it can be transformed into a tattoo. Each magic attribute occupies a page of the magic book, and this magic book is so thick, it is quite difficult to collect all of it. System, now all my magic can be used in 10,000 realms. Can. At this time, the knife flew back. After devouring the blood, Yuan Shiling gained 2 more magics, mud water magic and iron magic. Finally, Ji Nairi heard Asta's roar. Wait a moment. Followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. Yuan Shiling clapped her hands, turned the magic book into a tattoo, and jumped onto the roof. It should be over there, the magic power fluctuates more over there. Yuan Shiling jumped again and jumped onto the roof over there. He didn't go down directly, but squatted on the roof to watch. After Asta loses his fighting spirit, the 5-leaf clover magic book will only appear when his fighting spirit is rekindled because of Yuno's words. Yuan Shiling can't destroy the plot. If the 5-leaf clover doesn't appear, he won't be able to get the repelling magic. Although Yuan Xiling is not an egoist, in this kind of world where the weak can eat the strong, he can become a little stronger. Chain creates magic. The dance of the lock snake. Asta was knocked to the wall, juxtaposed with the taunting duo in the morning. Then, it entered the classic villain talk link. "It's been a long time, my legs are a bit numb." Yuan Shiling leaned back, but unexpectedly the night sword hit a corner of the roof. Who is on it?" Lebuchi also stopped his speech. Yuan Shi's mouth twitched frantically, her long blue hair moving with the wind. "It seems that this time must go on." "Oh? You are the little dwarf who was hit by your own magic book. I couldn't find you just now, so I brought it to the door by myself." Yuan Shiling touched his nose, turned on Long Wei the moment he jumped, and drew the night sword from behind in mid-air, and directly activated the demon sword. Golden light leaped on the sword, covering the original lines. "This is..." Lebuchi took 2 steps back and sat slumped on the ground, the 4-leaf clover magic book in his hand also not far away. "This psychological quality is too bad, no wonder he was expelled from the Magic Knights." Yuan Shiling took a deep breath, flashed to Lebkai's side, dropped a sword, and cut off one of his arms. "What?" Lebuchi yelled, blood gushing out. January also resisted the discomfort in her heart and turned her head to look at Asta. He was still sitting on the ground, staring at the floor with dim eyes. "Oh, for this ability, I can't lift my head after being hit by a few words." "Returned the Magic Emperor, I'm afraid you will never do anything in your life like you." Yuan Shiling was a little anxious, walked slowly towards Asta, and said sarcastically. "That's it, a coward like Lebch." He also said never give up, which seems to be just a joke. Not a coward." Asta leaned on the wall with one hand, trying to stand up. "I will become the Magic Emperor." A 5-leaf clover magic book suddenly appeared, suspended in front of him. "Then fight, let me recognize you." After Yuan Shiling swallowed the blood on the sword, he shook it vigorously. Asta also drew a sword from the magic book. "Then, you have to be careful." He leaned over and rushed over. General Yuan Shiling, the original fire covered the night sword, used the cross sword, and the flame flew towards Asta with the sword light. Asta raised the sword and wanted to cut it off. Unexpectedly, when the sword body touched the flame, a violent explosion exploded, blowing him more than 10 meters away. "Forget it, don't fight. You are quite strong if you can catch my blow. Your words are also very hurtful." Ignoring Asta, Nairi continued. "I'm leaving, I won't live in your church tonight." "Hey? Don't you live for a few more days?" "Granted the magic book, I should go too." Yuan Xiling said goodbye to Yunyo again, and jumped onto the roof as soon as he flashed away. Chapter 15 Village Sosi and Village Chief Sasi. In fact, during the battle, Nairi quietly stole some of Asta's blood with a knife. After counting, he already knows 10 kinds of magic. Not enough, not enough. He is going to Sosi village now, the village chief Sasi's magic is pretty good. System, take out light wheel 2000. A broom appeared in Yuan Shiling's hands, but the broom had a strange shape, and the broom was flat and slightly curved. Yuan Shiling clamped the broom, injected magic power, the broom vibrated, and slowly floated upward. After finding the right direction, Yuan Xiling flew up in the air. Sure enough, compared to flying with wind magic, it saves a little more magic power, and it is also faster. The day after tomorrow is also running fast, filling the vacancy of magic. A small group of primary fire appeared in Yuan Shiling's hands. Having had a trick with Asta before, Yuan Xiling not only wanted to steal some blood from the chaos, but also wanted to verify his idea whether Hanchahuo is composed of magical power. The answer is negative. Asta's repelling magic can negate magic and magical creations, but the primary fire has not been eliminated. Not only that, but it can also be used to cast fire magic, such as the last fire magic burst. Coupled with the fire element affinity, Yuan Shiling has a very high control over the flame, which can make the flame attach to the object without burning. Everything is going in a good direction. Magic Book Tower. After the Tower Master negotiated with the priest to allow Yuno and Yasta to participate in the night's examination, they stood alone in front of the window, behind one hand, and adjusted their beard. The white beard covered half of his face, but the thin skin was faintly visible. The dusk outside the window blends with the dusk of age, making it even more bleak. 4-leaf clover, it's really hard to see. 5-leaf clover? What's the other one? No matter what it is, he doesn't seem to be in this area. When the Tower Master thought of the magic nights coming, that Blake's look was also a bit of a chill. The times are always changing. Yuan Ziling parked the broom in front of the gate of Suoxi village and put it away. He came this time for friendly exchanges. If he flew directly into the village, he would inevitably have misunderstandings. Entering the village, Yuan Shiling releases his mental power to the entire village. At the center of the village is a house with a green roof. In front of the house is a huge open space, and other houses are arranged around the open space. Yuan Zirui threw out 3 small knives again, collecting blood everywhere. Here. The mental power shows the position of the village chief of Sixi. After finding it, Yuan Shiling felt a little difficult. Thinking about the magic before, I talked about the various uses of magic with village chief Sisi by the way, and came straight over. Think about it now. Wouldn't it be too abrupt to come here as a foreigner to discuss magic with others? Normal people will feel strange, easy to cut. Besides, Sisi does not seem to be very famous in this world. Or leave without stealing the magic. Yuan Ziling stood still and tangled, but the village chief of Sixi walked over here. Haha, isn't this one of the 3 wonders awarded to the magic book this year? Are you going to participate in the assessment of the magic nights? No. Yuan Zirui went to participate in the assessment of some magic nights only when his mind was caught by the door, and it was troublesome and troublesome. What's more, after joining the magic nights, you must not only abide by discipline, but also complete those tasks. Yuan Ziling is a person who wants to wander through the 10,000 realms. It is impossible to stay in the black 4-leaf clover all the time, and it is not easy to leave in the future. If you really want to talk about it slowly, there is actually a black bullfighter group, so consider this. But to participate in the examination of the knights, you cannot specify the magic knights. Although showing a certain strength, maybe all the knights will raise their hands, and then they can choose. But, revealing strength? Isn't that playing a lantern in the toilet looking for death? I heard people say that village chief Sisi has a lot of magic skills. Ha ha ha, do you want to learn 2 hands from me? Okay. I have time now, so let's do it now. On the other side of Suoxi village, in the wild boar forest. Several wild boars are lying together and dozing, but a blue space door appears beside them. There seems to be water flowing in the space door. With a sound, 4 figures walked out of the water. The leading man did not wear a cloak like the other 3, and there was still a white scar on his upper left forehead. Brood. An ice cube appeared beside him, the ice cube shattered, and the overflowing cold air sealed a few of them. Go and find what we want. Yes. Several people cast magic, turned into a stream, and entered Sosi village. The leading man leaned his pocket watch against his chest and let out a sigh of breath. Lost in the fog. The ice cubes shattered and turned into mist, and the wild boar was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 16 Fog. After Xiafadeo collected the blood, Yuan Zili's excuse for going to the toilet slipped aside. Surprisingly, there are actually 2 new types of magic, puppet magic and tear magic. The doll magic was stolen from a little girl holding the doll, not the original one. I won't go into details about the magic of tears. What surprised Yuan Ziling most was that the village chief Sixi turned out to be the iron magic that he had already obtained. These magics are actually good, but it's a pity that the villagers' natural magic is too low to exert their power. Yuan Xiling suddenly felt something wrong. Tenten should be pretty good today. How could there be such a big fog? No, this fog is made of magic. Yuan Xiling remembers that Soxi village was also attacked in the plot. It was the four who used the magic of ice and fog to find the magic stone, but it was also the first mission encountered by Yista after entering the Bull Gang. What is going on with this timeline? Yastar probably hasn't participated in the Magic Knight's examination yet, right? Is it your own butterfly effect? Or, reincarnation? No reincarnation has been detected to enter the world. But it does not rule out that there will be reincarnations in the future. It's impossible for the future Samsaras to come over and affect the present, right? Please don't care about host. There are so many strange sequences in the paradise, and some of them can twist the past with the help of props or the power of the world to a certain extent. Scare, twist. Not a twist in the void. The fog gradually enveloped the entire Suoxi village, but Yuan Xiling did not take immediate action, but learned about the situation from the system. Yuan Shiling is waiting for them to gather the villagers together so that he can use large-scale defensive magic so that he doesn't have to think about his back when fighting. If Gongran was killed, it would be no good for them to hold a villager hostage. Regardless of the reincarnations, this attack is advanced, and the impact caused by Yuan Xizero's butterfly effect accounts for a greater proportion. Some people were killed because of me. I don't know it. I know, Yuan Xiling still wants to save it. This is not anime. Crack. The iron sword of the village chief of Sixi broke. The leading white-scarred man turned magic power into a huge ice fist, and squeezed the iron sword abruptly. It's really like a beast. An inferior man with such a low magic power. Village chief Sixi didn't answer, but he snorted coldly, turning the remaining magic power into an iron sword again, and protecting it in front of the villagers. It's almost there, Sisi will be like the plot when I go down. Yuan Xiling secretly said. Draw out the night sword and cover the body of the sword with repelling magic. Water magic Sea Dragon's Lair. With the villagers as the center, including the mayor of Sixi, a huge water ball was slowly formed with a faint water dragon flowing above it. Really consumes magic. Who? One of the blue-robed men held the magic book across his chest and threw an ice cone in the direction of Yuan Shiling. Yuan Shiling swung a cross sword, the dark repelling magic followed the climb, and then flashed to the water polo. Boy, come back. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. Yuan Xiling looked back at the water polo, and Yalong was slowly spinning on the water polo. Children shouldn't be bloody, right? Yuan Qiu waved his hand, and the water polo quickly turned. The ice cone immediately shattered into fragments when it touched the sword light, but the dark golden sword light shot towards them. Defense. The headed man ordered. Mist creates magic the fog of the whole body. Ice creates magic ice shield. After breaking through the two lines of defense, the masterpiece of repelling magic on the sword light broke completely. Go away. The leading man flashed to the left, but his face was still cut by the sword light. The sword light remaining on the wound gathered on his forehead, forming a golden small sword. Evil mark. Before, they were all cut with a single knife, and there was no trigger mark. Yuan Xiling almost forgot about this. Damn. You are not a member of the Magic Knights, how can you have such a powerful magic power? The leading man met Yuan Xiling's golden eyes. You are a nobleman. How come you can help these inferior people like wild beasts? Beast? I think you look more embarrassed now like a beast. Yuan Xiling didn't stand up and talk to the enemy, but quietly planted muddy magic water marsh around to prevent the enemy from escaping. Obviously, the opposite is not a fool, and he naturally noticed Yuan Shiling's movements. Master Sith. The blue robe next to him retreated. Our allegiance is that lord, do you want to shame that lord? Sith cast a glance at him. He used a large-scale defensive magic, so there won't be too much magic power left. Sith looked at Yuan Zirui, plotting the route of the breakthrough, raised his hand and glanced at his pocket watch again. Time has been disrupted again. Jiniri, regardless of Sith's thoughts, cut out another cross sword, and then used attack magic to keep her distance. Water magic water dragon. Yuan Ziling doesn't have any dodge techniques or skills, and if he gets close, he will expose more of his whole cards. So from the beginning of the battle to the present, Yuan Shiling has only used mud water magic and water magic. As for the repelling magic, normal people would think it is the characteristic of this sword. At least until Yastar revealed his abilities. Our task is to find that thing, we can't drag it anymore. Chapter 17 Short First Battle. Sith had learned the lesson before, knowing that the sword light could not be blocked by their defensive magic. Go away. The four people, including Sith, quickly dispersed around. Upon seeing this, Yuan Ziling controlled Jian Mang to cut off at one of the blue-robed men. The blue-robed man couldn't dodge, so he had to move his figure and try his best to avoid the vital points. With a sound of "Ku," the blue-robed man's arm fell to the ground. Ah! I hacked someone for the second time, but I still felt a little uncomfortable. In fact, from the very beginning, Yuan Shiling has been in hypnosis, always seeing blood if he wants to become stronger. But Yuan Ziling is essentially just a 16 or 17-year-old high school student. He has never been out of society, and he is only faced with the troubles of school exams. If there is no crossing, no binding system, then he will be like that for the rest of his life. There is no time to think about it. Yuan Shiling endured the discomfort and used the extended magic of mud water magic water marsh - mud water magic muddy bed. A pair of giant hands appeared in the surrounding water marsh, and they grabbed the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man with a broken arm was caught in the mud, turned twice, and there was no sound. Damn. Sith leaned his pocket watch against his chest again. Yuan Shiling knew that there was a magic device buried in Sith, which was used to commit suicide when he was caught. But Yuan Ziling would not let him commit suicide. Water Dragon. The water dragon that had just been released came out of the ground again, swallowing Sith into his belly. Shi-Chi kept blowing bubbles in her mouth and passed out. Water magic water dragon. Without waiting for the remaining two blue-robed men to do anything, Yuan Ziling released two water dragons again and swallowed them into his belly. The prey swallowed by the water dragon will be forced into the stun effect, enough for them to stun for a long time. Yuan Ziling checked the blue-robed man with the broken arm in the marsh again. He was dying because of excessive bleeding. Yuan Shiling threw out a black mist, and the magic book predation that was dissipating. Obtain characteristics Ice Elemental Affinity, and acquire skills Ice Magic. Yuan Shiling could feel the tattoo on her calf become hot, and fell silent again. Can I enhance my own magic book if I devour the magic book? Yuan Ziling looked at several people, hesitated, and finally swallowed several blue-robed people. In the parsing wizard, the parsing succeeded. Yuan Shiling found that her water magic and ice magic had two more skills. They are water magic portal and ice magic ice burial. This portal is a bit low-end compared to the one in the Black Bull Fighter group, and can only be used for short-distance transmission. After doing all this, Yuan Shiling unlocked Water Magic Sea Dragon's Lair. Just before the battle, Yuan Shiling accelerated the speed of the water, so that the people inside couldn't see the outside clearly, and couldn't get out. This is, saved. Many people cried bitterly while holding their children. Village Chief Sixi looked at the mess around him, feeling a bit bitter. Where are those people? I beat him away. Yuan Shiling couldn't explain anything, so he chose a reason to prevaricate. By the way, Chief Sixi, did you bring back a stone not long ago? Yes, what's wrong? Those people are here for the stone. To ensure that they will attack the village again after I leave, I hope that the stone can be given to me for safekeeping. Yuan Shiling was not ready to hide it. That's fine, but what if they come to you? Yuan Xiling smiled. After coming to this world, it might be the first time that people care about it. Don't worry about it. Actually, I belong to the royal family. If they dare to come over, they won't be able to go back. In order not to worry him, Yuan Shiling had to make up another reason. That's all right. It was quiet at night. Yuan Shiling was sitting on the broom, slowly flying towards the capital. After getting the magic stone, Ji Nairi chose to leave. Suoxi village had just been attacked. Many houses collapsed during the battle, and the floor was muddy, so Yuan Xiling would no longer be able to disturb others. After getting the magic stone, Yuan Xiruo put it into the magic eye immediately. Magic eye, it's equivalent to another piece of space, and those people can't find it no matter how to find it. As for why to go to the royal capital? Can't you go to the royal capital without participating in the Magic Knights exam? Mainly because there are more people in the royal capital, there are more types of magic that can be obtained. Yuan Xiling asked the system before, what kind of standards must be met before he can choose to leave this world? The system said it was at least 25 magic. Yuan Shiling has only collected 13 types now. After yawning, Yuan Shiling stopped on the forest below, turned into a blue ball, and hung on the tree. Chapter 18, The Royal Capital. 3 poles in the day. The sun shines into the forest through the gaps of the leaves, shining a certain blue ball into a crystal clear light. After a long time, when the sun was about to rise to its highest point, the blue balls did not move. Yuan Shiling stretched out 2 small tentacles on top of his head and made a stretching waist movement, only to realize that he was lying on a larger rock. When I went to bed last night, I accidentally fell off. The blue ball turned quickly and turned into a boy in a windbreaker with a golden saber on his back. Glanced at the sky. Is it so late already? It's time to go to the royal capital. Yuan Xiling took out Light Wheel 2000 again, and hurried towards the direction of the capital. In this way, Yuan Xiling has experienced several days and nights, crossing the grasslands and deserts. In the middle, he detoured several long roads and passed through several villages. He collected some blood and got some magic. Rocks, petals, slime, bronze, gold. In this way, he also mastered 18 magic attributes. The needle does not poke. Yuan Shiling also found that his magic seemed a little different from others. Others are X-modeling magic and X-creation magic. Yuan Xiling still remembers that the leader of the Red Lotus Lion group in the plot is Flame Creation magic. And he can only steal X magic, but he can also construct those skills, even new skills, by himself. Thinking about it, Yuan Xiling can only put these on the magic book, and because of this, these magics, Yuan Xiling can be used in all worlds. This can be considered an advantage. After all, Yuan Shiling had read a lot of novels in his previous life, and the skills he constructed were certainly not inferior to the previous ones. Royal Capital. Yuan Shiling was looking for the venue for the Magic Knights assessment, and by the way, he also paid attention to the people around him. It is worth mentioning that before entering the royal capital, Yuan Shiling had already stretched the windbreaker made of chiba to the side of his calf, and at the same time he also pulled down the hat to cover this face. This is because of Asta's words "It's so beautiful, but I still live with the nun Lily." Yuan Xiling only remembered that Meng Wang still has a great appearance, and he doesn't want to mess around for the time being. Trouble. Although there are many people, there must be new magic attributes, but too many people are not easy to collect. Then I have to pay attention to those that look strange and collect them selectively. In this way, Yuan Xiling came to the venue for the group assessment, but unfortunately, he did not acquire new magic attributes. The square in front of the assessment gate was empty, with only a few people, not like the plot. Is this the end of the assessment? I'm too late? Yuan Xiling hurriedly grabbed a person next to him. The entrance exam for the Magic Knights, is this over? It hasn't started yet, it's still a week. The passers-by looked a little impatient. All right. Ever since, Yuan Xiling wandered aimlessly in the capital. It can't be said to be aimless, he still pays attention to the people around him, especially the old lady who sells purple snakes in the plot. Really resembles the robbed old woman, maybe she is the magic emperor, and you can still collect time magic at that time. There is another one, the space magic of Fenler Ella guys in the Black Bullfighter group. And depending on how lustful Fenler is, maybe she is still chatting up with girls in a small hotel or hotel now. Ever since, Yuan Xiling spent 2 days turning the king's capital a few times, especially the small stalls and small hotels. As you can imagine, Yuan Xiling didn't find anything. He feels a little tired. But he is not without gain in these 2 days. When Yuan Xiling was looking for the Manchu capital, she also moved silently the day after tomorrow. Although what is displayed on the screen is still the second layer bottleneck, Yuan Xiling feels that it is very different from before. Especially in places where the capital is crowded with people. When he calms down and moves the day after tomorrow, he can feel the slight energy emanating from others. The energy emitted by a single person is relatively weak, but when 3 or 4 people gather together, Yuan Xiling can clearly feel it. Moreover, the magical attributes are different, and the energy emitted is not the same, but Yuan Xiling is only a preliminary perception, and cannot be well recognized. Of course, there are special circumstances. For example, the magic power is too weak, even without magic power, such as Asta, Gen Yururi can't feel anything. The other is strong control, which can weaken the magic power that escapes. Calm down, run the day after tomorrow, Yuan Xiling searches for the 3rd time. Finally, the effort paid off. Yuan Xiling finally found Fenler Erla guys who was trying with the beautiful woman in a small corner of the small hotel. Yuan Xiling was naturally not interested in worrying about his elegance, but sneaked away a strand of his hair with a small throwing knife, then turned and left the tavern. Yuan Xiling turned around in the capital again, and when she passed a small alley, she suddenly felt a wave of magical power. Very weak magic fluctuations, but they have been maintained. Yuan Xiling walked in and found that it was a dead end. This. Is it a black market? Chapter 19 Black Market and Gambling. Yuan Xiling pulled out the sword behind his waist and poked the wall. Sure enough, the sword head went straight through. It's really a black market. The black market appeared once in the early stages of the plot, or after Yusta entered the Bull Gang. And there are many magic devices sold in the black market, and they also support gambling. Yuan Xiling didn't hesitate anymore, and stepped into the wall. As soon as he stepped in, Yuan Xiling felt all kinds of energy radiating slightly from both sides of the road. Feel it gently. There are too many magic devices for sale, shouldn't it be said that no loss is a black market? Walking to a stall at random, Yuan Xiling picked up a magic device and observed it carefully. The ice burial magical device that Yuan Xiling had obtained before was swallowed without careful observation. Afterwards, Yuan Xiling also asked the system, only to realize that the devouring magic device would not necessarily acquire the skills, only that he was lucky at that time. As for other magical devices, Yuan Xiling has not seen them before. They are all sold in stores in Wangdu, but they will not allow customers to observe this way. It should be okay in the black market? Hey, have you seen it? Can you buy it or not? The stall owner was a boy with a yellow hedgehog head, sitting on a rocking chair and staring at Yuan Xiling with his arms folded. Hurry up, I have to go gambling after selling these. The hedgehog head boy continued to urge Yuan Xiling. Introduce these functions. Yuan Xiling raised her clothes, looking like I am rich. In fact, Yuan Xiling doesn't even have a gold coin now. These days, I still went out of the city and turned into a slime hanging on a tree to sleep. The waste paper obtained in the experimental world before is not used in this world at all. Later, I have to find a way to make money quickly in the black market. The hedgehog head boy jumped down, rubbing his hands vigorously. The guest officer, let me introduce to you, he. This ring is used to increase the attack speed. After he finished the introduction, Yuan Shiling waved his hand again. Not what I want. Hedgehog head boy. After turning around 2 or 3 stalls, Yuan Xiling wandered in the black market. He really has no money now, and he's not embarrassed to keep observing those magical devices. What's the way to make money quickly? Gambling. Yuan Xiling still remembers that gambling in the black market appeared in the plot, which seems to be quite profitable. Wait, playing cards. Yuan Shiling squeezed out a 3 of spades. He had a bold idea at this time. The intersection of the gambling venue is easy to find. Yuan Xiling found it after turning 2 turns. The intersection is concealed with a piece of cloth, which seems to have the effect of reducing noise. Yuan Shiling opened the cloth, and it felt a lot brighter. That seems to be 2 big bald heads. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The 7th hand, you should give up quickly, otherwise you won't be able to keep the pants you lose after a while. One of the big bald heads laughed wildly. The man on the opposite side gritted his teeth and looked solemn. Please stare at the card in his hand. No. Impossible, another round. You said it yourself, don't go back on it later. Another big bald head handed the card in his hand to the maid next to him and said. The card game started soon, and Yuan Shiling stood aside and watched. There is no doubt that in the end it was the man who held his hand and ran away dingy, as if he was still cursing in his mouth. After losing all the man's money, the 2 big bald men turned and stared at the other gamblers who were alone. Both of them have superb gambling skills, coupled with constant ridicule, exerting psychological pressure on each other. In this way, the backpacks of the 2 of them gradually bulged, making Yuan Xiling a little greedy. It is impossible to steal. If you wait a moment to attract the magic knights, it won't be easy to get out. What's more, he has to build a good image and have a good exchange and discussion with the people of the magic knights. I'll gamble with you. Yuan Shiling counted the time, and after feeling almost, stood up. The bald man looked up and down Yuan Shiling, and squinted his eyes when he saw the golden knight sword exposed outside the windbreaker behind him. Okay. The 3 of them sat down around a round table. Yuan Shiling covered the table with a thin layer of mental power, and when the cards were dealt, he could see the numbers and suits for the first time. After the maid handed out the cards, Yuan Xiling also pretended to rectify the whole card and threw 2. After doing all this, Yuan Shiling put his cheek in his left hand, and buckled the card upside down on the table with his right hand, dignified. The 3 of them looked at each other and showed the cards. How can it be? Yuan Shi's number of zeros is much higher than theirs. Yuan Shiling took out the black top hat from behind and put it on the table. He tapped the table with his index finger again, and motioned for the bald head to put money into it. This round is not counted. I didn't say the stakes just now. Then a gold coin. Yuan Shi Zero raised a finger. Chapter 20 New Magic Book. Yuan Shi Ling raised a finger in one hand, and held the hilt of the knight sword with the other. The metal scabbard and wooden chair made a bang sound. Patter, patter. Obviously the casino was as loud as ever, but the 2 bald guys heard the sound of their cold sweat dripping down. Here. After speaking, quickly put 2 gold coins into the top hat. That's right. General Yuan Shi Ling Long Wei put away, and the 2 big men slumped directly on the chairs. Terrible. Terrible, the aura alone suppressed the 2 of them. Go on, this time we bet 10 gold coins. How dare the 2 bald heads refuse to follow suit? They had to try to stabilize the game with their superb gambling skills. However, no matter how superb the technology is, how can the enemy be able to survive? In the process of gambling, Yuan Shiling also developed a new technique of playing cards. Trick playing cards. Cover the magic power on the card surface to make it into any playing card. My lord, we have two brothers, the old and the young, and we have to support the family with this little money, or you just look at it today. Okay, let's go. Looking at the dwindling backpack, Yuan Xiling was too embarrassed to pit it again, and he had won enough. The top hat can no longer hold these gold coins, and a large number of gold coins are stacked on the table. Uninteresting. Seeing the two gradually running away, Yuan Shi curled his lips. Shaking the black top hat, the black mist that had been laid out in advance moved quickly, and the gold coins were collected in the magic eye. After cleaning up the gold coins on the table again, Yuan Xiling left the casino directly. He just saw a few items on the black market, and didn't go early for fear of being bought by others. When Yuan Xiling left, the remaining gamblers also started to discuss. Hey, he actually won the two bald heads. Just rely on him. Look at his body, I'm afraid it's not a child, but 1,000-year-old, right? Oh, you have come out? If you really have come out, that would be amazing. Can you come out in front of so many of us? Yuan Xiling quickly found the previous stall, and the yellow hedgehog head boy was still sitting on the recliner, shaking boredly. I want these 3 earrings. The hedgehog head boy sat up when he heard this, and was visibly startled when he saw Yuan Xiling. Didn't you say that there is nothing you want? I went around the black market and couldn't find a suitable one. Yuan Shiling found a reason at hand. Yuan Shiling had 2 magical devices in the black market. The first one was these 3 pure silver earrings. Yuan Shiling felt that these 3 earrings were handsome when worn together in his previous life, not to mention the magical perception of these earrings is of great use to him now. The second piece is a magic book. Yuan Xiling actually values this one more. But this one is a bit expensive, and it is estimated that few people buy it except him. It is better to buy these 3 earrings first. After Yuan Xiling collected her earrings, she walked to the booth selling magic books. The stall owner is a sloppy middle-aged uncle, his eyes closed tightly, and only the guests will open his eyes when they come. Boy, are you buying this magic book? Yuan Xiling didn't talk too much nonsense. After paying the money, he picked up the magic book and quickly got up and left. This uncle is not very strong, but the energy he emits is very strange, quite different from what he has seen before. It's not that Yuan Shiling has not stolen his blood, but it is a pity that he has obtained a repeated magic. The second is this magic book. Yuan Shiling did not feel any magic fluctuations from above. At first, he had 2 guesses about this. One is the rejection of magic, like the protagonist Astana, other magical powers are cancelled out after encountering. The second is the destruction of the magic book and loss of magic power. Obviously, the second possibility is greater, and the rejection of magic is probably impossible to replicate. Yuan Xiling opened the first page, and sure enough, the pages inside were all incomplete. There is no clover on the cover. This magic book should be a failed product of the fusion of the Diamond Kingdom. According to the perfect integration plan given by the system, Yuan Shiling threw the magic guide into the system melting pot. Reshape. Remodeling. The remodeling is successful. This time spent 2 points, and 17 points are left. Yuan Xiling put Shuxian into the furnace again. Fusion. Perfect integration. The integration is successful. Item Shuxian, unrefined. Record the text of the magic. Remodeling will cut off the relationship with the original owner, and use will require refining. Yuan Xiling took out the book fairy and refinished the blood on the cover. Except for the small paper figure on the cover, the book fairy looks like a very serious black-skinned magic book. Nearly 2/3 of the money earned just now has been spent on hard work, and Yuan Xiling had to go to the gambling market to engage in some more. The gambling market is huge, and Yuan Xiling was only in one corner just now. But as soon as Yuan Zili came back, the people here gave him the title of God of Gamblers and kept avoiding him. No money can be made from here. Yuan Xiling slowly wanders to the central location. After watching a few games, Yuan Xiling found that the bets placed here are generally higher than those in other corners. If you don't mind, add me. Chapter 21. See you at night. If you don't mind, add me. Yuan Xiling quickly spotted a few people who looked like bulging backpacks. One of the old men was wearing a pair of sunglasses with a cigarette in his mouth. After hearing what Yuan Xiling said, she pulled down her sunglasses and looked up and down Yuan Xiling. Good. Yeah, are you okay? Yuan Xiling learned the yin and yang people's voice, mocking the opposite, and put the top hat on the table. The overflowing gold coins are stimulating the nerves on the opposite side all the time. A zone hair man threw the card on the table and took off his shirt. One more game, I bet on this dress. Yuan Xiling waved his hand. Only bet on gold coins. Helplessly, the two people on the opposite side curled their lips, seeming to be thinking about something bad, but they saw the sword behind Yuan Xiling again and had to leave. Alas, the money earned at one time is getting less and less. Excluding the three people he met at the beginning, Yuan Xiling found many gamblers, but they made less each time. But looking at the gold coins piled up like a hill on the table next to him, Yuan Xiling couldn't help laughing again, attracting the attention of the people around him. With so many gold coins, if you get the earth, he. Boy, you played well, shall we have a game? Suddenly a pair of big hands rested on Yuan Xiling's shoulders. It's so cold. Yuan Xiling quickly slapped his big hand away, and a tumble jumped onto the table, and collected all the gold coins on the table. Holding the handle with his right hand, he tilted his body slightly downward, ready to pull out the night sword at any time. Just now, Yuan Xiling felt a chill that pierced deep into the bone, emanating from the owner of these big hands. The hand was slapped away, and the uncle in the white vest was not annoyed, so he placed his hand on his head and fiddled with his black hair. The other hand took the cigarette in his hand and let out a sigh of relief slowly. Are you so vigilant? I just want you to play cards. Looking at this somewhat familiar outfit, Yuan Xiling also understood the identity of the visitor, and put down the night sword. See you at night. Isn't this the head of the Black Bull squad, Si Yejida? Looking up at Yejian, Yuan Xiling suddenly felt a little tired. It seems you know me. Yejian didn't ask Yuan Xiling's opinion anymore, pulled out the chair and sat down. The head of the night. See you, so you are here. Have you started playing cards? Magna strung out from the side. He suddenly saw Yuan Xiling standing aside. Genuri had turned a somersault in the air just now, and Kabuto also fell off the cap. Wait, you are. The blue-haired golden pupil, the golden rapier, and the cute face seemed to be a bit like what Elder Sisi said. Are you Jiniri? Huh? It's me. Thank you for saving Father Sisi. Magna took a deep breath, straightened her body, and then bowed to Yuan Xiling. Yuan Xiling was a little confused by this sudden move. No thanks. By the way, is the news so well informed? Even the people of the Magic Knights knew about it? But when he cut off one of Blake's arm, the news should not have spread, otherwise they would never have reacted like this when they saw themselves. No, please accept my thanks. Magna held Jiniri's left hand. Don't be fussy, come and play cards. Yes. This time, Yuan Xiling did not cover the mental power on the table. He was afraid that he would be noticed by Yejian later. Had to adjust the cards that were transformed by guessing. Yuan Xiling didn't dare to turn out a big card. So among these 10, Yuan Xiling also lost one. The cards are playing well. You shouldn't have entered the Magic Knights yet, have you? Yejian spit out a puff of smoke. No. Then you come to our group, how about it? Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiling felt a little surprised. Don't you need to participate in the assessment of the knights? Need not. How does that work? If Yejian is willing to recruit Yuan Xiling into the Black Bull gang, Yuan Xiling can justifiably fight against other people. At that time, collect another wave of blood, and then see you at night to walk through the process, raise your hand, and then join the Black Bull squad. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Is this bad? I think we still have to. Yuan Xiling hadn't finished speaking, so Yejian interrupted him. I said that if you don't need it, you don't need it. Okay, you can always follow the knight to watch the game at that time, right? Magna, have you seen Finler? No, I guess I went to pick up girls elsewhere. Guy, I just seemed to see him in a tavern. Stop fighting, go to Fenler. The three went out of the casino and found Finler in the small hotel. This is a new member. Also, take us to the headquarters. Yejian did not say anything about Fenler's dog-licking behavior, but just motioned Fenler to take them to the headquarters. All right. Fenler reluctantly opened a space door and teleported the four to the headquarters. There is no sense of dizziness and tearing as imagined, and crossing the space door is like crossing an ordinary door. After crossing the space gate, the sky seemed to become a little gloomy. In the middle is a huge house, like a pile of huge gray building blocks. How? This is our home. Is it handsome? Magna was a little proud. It's pretty handsome. Fenler wanted to go back to pick up girls after opening the space door, but was stopped by Yejian. Dish hashtag. After welcoming the new members, go again. Yejian smoked a cigarette. Chapter 22 Black Bull Bull. Fenler had no choice but to follow the three of them into the house. Pushing open the door, he smelled a strong scent of alcohol, followed by the aroma of food. Gee, it's a bit choking. Come here all. Magna appeared in high spirits. Today we added a new member to our regiment, everyone quickly came to get to know each other. A man wearing an officer's hat came over first, and his lips and eyes were painted black, like a panda. After standing over, Lolo Sugzu didn't know what he was talking about. The second is a little girl who has no source and zero height, but with a high hairline, she didn't forget to fill her mouth with food when she came over. Halfway through, as if thinking of something, the sheep standing next to him brought a plate of cakes. Give you to eat? She handed him the cake the size of Yuri's head. Yuan Xiling took a sip, thank you, it's delicious. After getting Yuan Xiling's reply, the girl smiled and stepped aside. Finally, a flash of lightning slipped down the stairs and turned into a human form in front of Yuan Xiling. It was a little boy whose height was about the same as Yuan Xiruo's. After stopping, he bent his arms and threw his fists into the air. Are you new here? Can you fight with me? Fight. Wait a minute. Yuan Zili wiped the non-existent cold sweat. Should I say that no loss is a fighting madman? After dealing with this, Yuan Xiling began to look at the hall. The sofas were scattered throughout the hall. In addition to the three people who had just come to greet them, there were three other people sitting on the sofa. One of the men covered his left eye with his hair, holding a photo in one hand and a tissue in the other, wiping his nosebleeds. This should be Jui Adelaide, a heavy sister-in-law. The girl who is worthy of several Yuangzi zero volume, should be Grey. She is good at transforming magic, and there should be a real appearance behind the plot. Punch. Grey spit out 2 white air. Finally, there is a female alcoholic Barnasha Ainoteka who wears underwear at the headquarters. I still can drink, I also drink. Magna's yelling did not wake her up just now. Forget it, let me introduce you one by one. Magna is quite enthusiastic about Yuan Xiling. Panda Head is Gordon Agrippa, who is good at poisonous magic in spells, and speaks very quietly. The little girl with high hairline, Chami Pabitson, is a magician who is good at eating and seems to have a food magic. Fighting madman Rak Portia, known as Ruck of Ecstasy, creates magic by lightning. Severe sister controlling Ge Shiu is a mirror magic. Female drunkard Barnasha, silk magic. Head of the group Yejian Jita, known as the god of destruction, dark magic. Magna, fire magic, used to be a gangster. Finler, space magic, scumbag. By the way, Yuan Xiling, I haven't asked you yet, which village are you from? I am not from the Clover Kingdom. Huh. The head of Yejian also looked over. I also forgot where I came from, I'm just a traveler. I happened to get there to grant the magic book. That's it? Magna scratched her head. There are still a few team members who have performed their missions outside and haven't come back. Okay, I'll take you upstairs to choose a room. After going upstairs, Yuan Xiling chose a relatively empty room at random. The room is a bit dirty. You can tidy it up a bit. After speaking, Magna turned and went downstairs to leave. Water magic. The water polo quickly turned on Nairi's fingers, and then wandered around the room. It's really convenient. If possible, Yuan Xiling actually wants to directly enter the magic eye, where there is also a whole house he brought out of the golden experimental world. It's a pity that Nairi's master degree of magic eye is not enough for him to enter. After cleaning the room, Yuan Xiling adjusted the position of the things in the house again to free up a large space. After thinking about it, Yuan Xiling took out a full-length mirror from the magic eye and placed it in an empty space. This looks more comfortable. After finishing everything, Magna came and knocked on the door again. Magna briefly told Yuan Xiling about the baptism, and Yuan Xiling also pretended to ask a few words. Although you have saved Father Sixi, I will never keep my hands on the baptism. Don't worry, I am very strong, so use all your magic power. Yuan Xiling shrugged indifferently. 10 Magna probably couldn't beat him. It just so happened to take advantage of the baptism to collect the blood. He now has 19 kinds of magic attributes, and if he adds the magic of the bully group, he can directly break through to 26 kinds. At that time, if you still stay in the 4-leaf clover, you will have one more whole card. Chapter 23 The Baptism of Joining the Group. As soon as Yuan Shi came out, he saw a pink sofa. Did you even move out the sofa to watch the game? Magna, hurry up, I want to see Yuan Xiling's strength. Luck shouted, waving his fists. Okay, it's so noisy. Magna stepped aside and took out the magic book. Zhen Xiling, are you ready? All right. Magna was about to attack, but he hurriedly stopped thinking of something. Wait, although this question may involve personal privacy, I still want to ask. Your big magic book. Yuan Xiling was startled. That is the characteristic of my magic book, which can be turned into a tattoo and attached to the body. This is not a secret, as long as you spend some time with him, you will know that the magic book can become a tattoo. Come on, go beyond the limit. Fight with me as much as you like. Kind of secondary. Yuan Xiling also drew out the night sword behind her waist and signaled the opponent to attack first. Then I'm here, Magna pulled out a bat made of flames from the magic book and waved forward frantically. Guard. A translucent golden arc shield appeared in front of Yuan Xiling, stopping the baseball formed by flames. This is the first time Yuan Xiling has used this skill, and it seems that the effect is pretty good now. Damn it! Magna lifted his glasses, clenching his teeth. Since you saved old man Sixi, it means you still have some strength. I underestimate you. I know it, I've said it 3 or 4 times. If you want to enlarge the trick, hurry up. Hurry up. Fire magic blast the flame devil ball. Magna scattered the baseball bat and gathered a small fireball in his hand. Leaning back slightly, he threw the fireball in his hand. The fireball exploded in the air, turning into many tiny fireballs and shooting towards Yuan Shiling. Good guy, he will attack from the side. Yuan Shiling used Guardian again, and a shield appeared on the left and right sides. Bang 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 bang. Many fireballs smashed on the light shield, and the sound was like a festive firecrackers on the new year, but the light shield only shook slightly. Magna, Sigma, degree. Are you only hiding in that tortoise shell? Come out if you have the ability, like a man, fighting dignifiedly. Yuan Shiling did not continue to test the power of Guardian, and simply removed the light shield. After thinking about it, he inserted the night sword into the scabbard again. He was afraid that Magna would be killed by waiting. Mud water magic water marsh. A puddle of mud and water suddenly appeared under Magna, and it squirmed quickly. Magna wanted to use her strength to jump out of the mud pit, but found that the harder she was, the faster she would sink. Damn it! Damn it! Flame magic blast the flame ball. Magna pressed the fireball down. Boom! The mud splashed all over, contaminating Magna's body. Puff ha 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 ha. Barnasha finally couldn't help it. It's the first time I've seen Magna languish like this. Yuan Shiling, the final blow will determine the winner. Fire magic multiple explosions and bombing of the Yan Devil Ball. Magna's time has exhausted all his magic power, and multiple fireballs are condensed in his palm and shot into the air. Iron magic iron sword is generated. Yuan Shiling hovered many iron swords around her body, and then attached repelling magic to it, slowly turning it around. The fireball violently cracked in the air, split into many tiny fireballs, and then collided and merged continuously, bringing up a lot of smoke and dust. Mass bombing magic? Not bad, you can develop it? Yuan Shiling did not immediately attack, but continued to make iron swords all over his body. Puff, puff. Yuan Xiling would not have thought that Sith's organization had not only sent an opponent. After dispatching the Sith, the leader seemed to feel that something was wrong, and he sent a blue-robed man who did not know the portal to Lengzi village. So, you didn't find Sith when you went to Sosi village? Yes, sir. There is no trace of the magic stone pattern, but we investigated and it seems that there have been outsiders in that village. 3 men in blue robes knelt on one knee. It's impossible for the Sith to rebel, it could only be killed by that person. The leader stroked the steel and turned his back to them. My lord, do we need to kill those inferior people? No, don't worry about these ants, let them live longer. After a pause, he continued. Have you found out who was the one who snatched the magic stone? That person has joined the Black Bull Fighter group, my lord. But I don't know who he is. That strength is definitely not great anymore, don't care about him, it will temporarily be pinned to the Black Bull Fighter group, with their strength, they can retrieve it at any time. Yes. Chapter 24 Fire Dragon Pillar. Punch, punch. The fireball is as fragile as a balloon in front of the iron sword covered with repelling magic. Repelling magic there is no solution in the front of the 4-leaf clover world, and the only thing Yuan Shiling can think of is exhausting his magic power. Although Yuan Shiling's repelling magic was obtained from Asta, it was a little different from Asta's. Asta's repelling magic itself is the characteristic of his magic sword, and it does not need to consume magic power to cast it, but it cannot be covered on other objects. Yuan Shiling checked the remaining magic power again, counting the previous guardian, the magic power consumed by this duel was a bit large. But coupled with the automatic operation of the day after tomorrow, the magic power can be restored in 10 minutes. Oh, I can't fight, you won. Magna shrugged, weeping, a little helpless. Do you have 2 kinds of magic? The head of Yejian did not know when he came to the back. She scattered to the iron sword. No, this is my magical characteristics, I call him mimicry magic, which can imitate other people's magical attributes. Seeing the head of the knight spit out a puff of smoke. That's really powerful magic. Yuan Shiling, do you want to fight with me? I'm super strong. Good. Yuan Shiling agreed, and he was also going to find a time to fight Rak, and then duplicating the opponent's magical attributes. Raiden creates Magic Thor's boots. The magic exploded under Luck's feet, turned into lightning and spread to his legs, forming a pair of boots. Tisk, don't wait for me to reply to the magic. After transforming the boots, Luck immediately flew to the sky, obviously learning Magna's lesson from Water Marsh. Fire magic. A group of primary fire appeared on Yuengzi Zero's hand. Fire Dragon Pillar. Hanchahuo swelled up quickly and broke away from Yuan Ziling's palm. Rotate. Rotate. A pillar of fire is formed, with ferocious dragon heads hanging on it. Cool, looks pretty strong. Ruck was not surprised and rejoiced, and lightning slowly formed in his hands. The pillar of fire dissipated, and the fire dragon hovering on it broke free and attacked Luck. Luck's thunder and lightning also covered his hands, forming a pair of huge claws. When the fire dragon approached, Luck found the right time and smashed a fire dragon with one claw. The other fire dragons surrounded Luck layer by layer, slowly turning. Rak stepped in the air, and his speed increased again, bringing up a burst of lightning. Every time lightning strikes, there is a fire dragon torn into pieces, turning into sparks and spilling into the air. Electric light intersects with Mars, occupying the entire sky. Fire Dragon Pillar is specially developed by Yuan Shiling to deal with fighting madmen like Rak. A fighting madman like Luck is to fight all the attacks, and he doesn't pay attention to so many details. Luck's lightning can't actually completely extinguish the fire dragon, it can only smash it into sparks. Sure enough, the last two fire dragons stopped their fire-breathing behavior and quickly revolved around Luck. The sparks in the air also resonated at the right time, faintly shining with white light. Not good. Luck also felt something was wrong and wanted to escape. But these sparks almost covered that area, how could Luck escape? An explosion sounded, and the smoke and dust from the explosion enveloped the area. Nairi estimated the location of Rock, and created a water cube just below it with water magic to prevent Rock from being injured by a second fall. At the same time, he is also preparing for healing magic. Puff. Rock fell from the smoke, but did not suffer much damage. At the moment of the explosion, he had already covered his whole body with the thunder and lightning armor. Although he was blown away from a long distance, he was really not seriously injured. Yuan Shiling quickly adjusted the position of the water cube and steadily caught Luck. The other people from the bull squad also gathered around. Should be okay. Yejian looked up and down Luck. Of course it's okay. Luck took a sigh of relief and continued. I feel that I can continue to fight, Yuan Shiling, let's continue fighting. No, just click until you finish. Yuan Ziling hurriedly waved his hand and refused. A joke, his magic power has been consumed more than half, and he will definitely lose if he continues to fight. Go back to the house. Thunder and lightning magic. Nan muttered to himself after Yuan Shiling swallowed Rak's blood. There are still 2 or 3 days left before the assessment of the Magic Knights, and we have to quickly copy the magic attributes of the Blowcow group. Huh? Let's develop it by the way. Chapter 25 A Serious Problem. Yuan Shiling now has 26 kinds of magic, and he is also facing a serious problem. Are you going to the next world? Or should I stay for a while, copy more magic attributes, and do more things before leaving? Before, the 4-leaf clover was too boring, there was nothing to entertain, and the system would help him choose the most suitable world. On the other hand, Yuan Xiling has only watched the previous plot, and he is afraid that the final plot will not be controlled by him. Therefore, Yuan Xiling thought that it only needed to meet the minimum standards. But it seems that it is not enough now. Far from enough. Reincarnation, Yuan Xiling had been selectively ignoring this issue before. Now the system helps to choose, so the world is basically the original indigenous people. He will definitely meet the reincarnation in the future, or enemies, or friends. But all of this must be based on strength. If the reincarnation finds that he is a wild traverser, he should be very interested. Moreover, Yuan Xiling didn't like the mechanism in the park. Every time he got any benefits, he had to pay taxes. Even if he finally dominated the world, he would still work for the park. He is still holding the thigh of the system, so he can improve his strength. If you go to a new world, it should be more difficult to improve your strength at the beginning, right? Next is the results of the 2 days of Yuan Xiling. Sometimes too much magic attribute is not a good thing. Yuan Xiling discovered that some magic is a system in itself. There is attack, defense, healing, assistance, short-range teleportation. This also means one thing. Jiniri will have a lot of overlapping abilities, and it is inevitable to encounter the question of whether it is better to use fire magic or ice magic in battle. And there are too many magical attributes to take care of. It's like Yuan Xiling's first encounter with Yejian, and he felt the coldness radiating from him. Later, I realized that this is something that you can only have after you have developed dark magic to a certain extent. The specialization is not bad, and it is very good to improve the strength. But Yuan Xiling is a cannibalistic slime, which means to take the miscellaneous route. You also need to summarize and integrate yourself, otherwise it will be really messy. Yuan Xiling did not practice too much distraction control method, and instantly used a variety of magic attributes, or because of his strong mental power, the role of Yamato magic book. The same magic attribute also has extended magic and combination magic. What needs to be done now is to develop a magic attribute to a certain extent. After the mud, water, fire, and water are all developed to 8 kinds of magic, they can no longer be developed. After taking out the magic book and studying it carefully, Yuan Xiling discovered that there were 8 tree-like roots painted beside each page of the magic attribute. In the middle is written magic attributes, corresponding to the 8 roots of the tree is the developed magic. This also shows that each magic attribute can only develop 8 magic. Difficult. The system also put forward a solution in time. The fusion of magic attributes can increase the upper limit of magic development to a certain extent. Mixed magic attributes. This must first exclude some powerful and unique magic, such as space magic and repelling magic. Space magic, a long-distance teleportation, is not comparable to others, not to mention that there is no fusion with this kind of magic. Repelling magic, not to mention. Hiccup, this is your magic book? It's a big one. Just when Yuan Xiling was sitting in danger, leaning the magic book on his lap, and studying how to integrate the magic attributes, Barnasha came over with a blushing face, not forgetting to make a hiccup. Yuan Xiling replied. But Barnasha's sound attracted other people in the hall. It is said that the size of the magic book determines the talent. Yuan Xiling, the magic book of you is also in line with your strength. Magna said. Ah! Are you complimenting me? Yuan Xiling scratched his head in embarrassment. Yuan Xiling, have you recovered your magic power? Let's have another fight. Luck waved his fist again. No. After copying the magic attributes, the ghost will go to fight Rack again. Fighting with the fighting madman is not a good thing. Is my sister beautiful? Ji Ishiu, who had never been present before, came out. They are really full of personalities. I really don't know how Yejian put them together. What do they have in common? If you really want to say something in common, It seems that there is only a cloak with a black bully tattoo on his body. Yumi continued to clean the food on the table, and Gao Dun, who had been forgotten, whispered from the side. Chapter 26 Magic Integration. Yuan Xiling can't stand it anymore, and can't concentrate on research in this place where the aroma of food and alcohol are mixed. Not to mention there are still a few people around. Yuan Xiling found an excuse to leave, then turned upstairs and returned to her room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed and resting the magic book on her lap, Yuan Xiling continued to conceive how to blend. Feeling a little uncomfortable, he turned Chiba into a Pikachu pajama. There was a long silence. Yuan Xiling first focused on rock magic and earth magic. There is no difference between these two magics. Soil can be synthesized into rocks, and rocks can be broken into soil. Especially for the rock giant and the earth giant, Yuan Xiling couldn't see the difference at all. Whether in terms of ability or appearance, well, the edges and corners of the rock giant are more distinct. Fusion earth magic and rock magic. Perfect integration. The integration is successful. Get skills - rock magic. Next, I was staring at silk magic and cotton magic. System, can you guess what will become of these two fusions? After the fusion, the host can be used as a down jacket. UNC0, _. What a down jacket! But having said that, the material inside the doll made by puppet magic is also a bit like cotton. Regardless of this, Yuan Xiling actually has a bold idea. He wants to make a curse doll. It is the skill curse doll developed from puppet magic. The result is not satisfactory. There is no curse attribute in puppet magic, and it is impossible to develop cursed doll. But it is not without gain. He has also successfully developed standalone doll and teddy bear patties. It is worth mentioning that this teddy bear patties, after using this skill, a dark red bear doll named Patties will be summoned. Moreover, Patties can receive instructions, and Yuan Xiling does not need to use mental power to control it all the time. As long as there is a supply of magic power, it will always be stable. The offensive power is not so good. It will only be violent demolition. Defensive power is still okay, at least it can resist most low-level magic. Unfortunately, only one can be summoned at a time. Yuan Xiling also discovered the law of developing skills. The skills developed must be related to the attributes of magic. For example, with fire magic, if you develop a water gun, how can you develop it? The other is that the effect of development may be different from what you expected. For example, the fire dragon pillar used to deal with soliciting. After the skills are developed, the scope has achieved the expected effect, but this power. Even Ruck was not seriously injured. That's thunder and lightning magic at magic with weak defensive ability. This power is a bit excessive. Yuan Xiling is not without magic with curse attributes, such as the poison magic copied from Gordon before. Yuan Xiling had previously envisioned that as long as he obtains a drop of blood from his opponent, and then uses Curse the Doll, he can curse the opponent, or attacking the doll is directly equivalent to attacking the opponent. But this poisonous magic. I can't even think about it. Forget it, merge directly, look at it after fusion. In fusion, the fusion is successful. Get skills - voodoo doll magic. This time it costs 2 system points. 17 system points are left. Can't blend perfectly. Yuan Xiling felt a bit of toothache. After fusion, both standalone puppet and teddy bear parties have poison attributes. Yuan Xiling tried to develop curse doll again, but did not disappoint him and developed voodoo doll. It also requires a part of the opponent's body to be made into a voodoo doll, which will cause a certain curse damage to the opponent after being destroyed. After it is finished, no one can release it except the operator himself. If the level gap is too large, say another thing. For this, Yuan Xiling is still very satisfied. This is left with numbers, chains, iron, muddy water, fog, tears, mirrors, petals, mucus, bronze, gold, food, silk, cotton, ice, water, fire, wind, electricity, darkness, transformation, and space. There are also 4 puppets composed of rock and voodoo respectively, for a total of 24. After thinking about it, Yuan Shiling merged food magic and transformation magic into predator and mimicry, respectively. Slimy magic merges with mud-water magic. In addition to elemental magic, there are only 15 types left. Among the remaining 15 kinds of magic, not all of them have been developed. For example, digital magic, with 1 to 10 as soon as it appears, it can't even be developed. Except for this, it is bronze and gold. To be honest, this seems to be really nothing to develop. Should we all blend together? Chapter 27 Assessment Venue. Should we all blend together? Forget it, choose a few uncommon fusions. Then golden magic, bronze magic. Yuan Shi paused for a while, suddenly had an idea. And chain magic and iron magic. Golden magic, bronze magic, chain magic, iron magic have been selected. Does it merge? Yes or no? This time the system has a rare hint. Yes. In the process of fusion, the fusion is successful. Get skills-magic. This time consumes 4 points. Magic. Yuan Zili took out the magic book and checked it, and found that there were already 2 magics on it. Sword generation and magic sealing chain. Magic sword weapon generation. 3 swords of different colors appeared instantly beside Yuan Shiling. They are turquoise, golden and dark gray. Isn't this the bronze sword, the golden sword and the iron sword? Controlling the 3 swords to spin around the room for a while, then disperse them. After the fusion, the sword became quite cool. When it was time for dinner, Magna the toolman ran up and told Yuan Ziling to go down to eat. There are 2 days left before the assessment of the Magic Nights, and Yuan Ziling has been staying upstairs for these 2 days except for food. During the period, I also came down and fought with the head of Yejian. It is the kind that uses sword skills only and does not use skills. As you can imagine, Yuan Ziling's 3-legged cat kung fu, which hadn't been in contact with the sword for long, was directly crushed and beaten by the head of Yejian. However, this is also due to some height. With Yuan Ziling's height, that short-handed man goes to see the 170 and 180 strong men with swords and swords. That's just looking for abuse. See the leader at night, I also want to see. On the day of the assessment, Yuan Shiling also asked to follow along. Huh? You want to go too? Yejian took the cigarette off rare and spit out a long puff of smoke. Well, I'm going to look at the level of the leaders of the Magic Knights. What can Yuan Ziling do? Of course, to see if there are any new magic attributes, and then copy a wave. Then go. Yejian called Fenler over again and opened the space door to the assessment venue. As for why not just let Yuan Z0 open the space door? After Yuan Shiling obtained space magic, there was no time to mark the magic power on the assessment venue. There are 4 people in the group. In addition to the 3 of Yuan Ziling, Gao Dun, who has always been taciturn, also followed. The 4 people teleported around the venue. It's so lively. Yuan Ziling calmed down, habitually pressing the sword with one hand, feeling the flow of magical power from the people around him. With so many people, let's enter through the back door. Fenler familiarly led the 3 of them along the edge of the venue and walked towards the back door. The retrograde with many candidates who came to participate in the assessment along the way also attracted a lot of attention. Wait, are they from the Magic Knights? Well, look at that cloak, it should be from the Black Bull Band. Black Bulldogs. I heard that their performance is not very good. Thank God for being able to join a night group casually. What kind of group it is? Yuan Xiling came along this way, and didn't find a new wave of magic power, which was a bit regrettable. Asta and Yuno should have arrived, too. I don't know if it will be like in the plot, Yastar enters the Bull Squad, and Yuno enters the Golden Dawn. In this way, he is still Asta's predecessor? Not bad. Yuan Shiling, have you seen where the leader of Yejian went? Yuan Shiling heard Fenler's questioning, and then he came back to his senses. The head of Yejian is gone. Yuan Xiling looked around, but did not find the head of Yejian. This is. Go to the toilet. Yuan Xiling still clearly remembered that the leader of Yejian met Yasta only because he went to the toilet and got lost. Is the next step the same as the plot? Yuan Xiling, hurry up and find the head of Yejian. The assessment is about to begin. If the head of Yejian is not present, it will be finished. Before meeting a woman, Finler was quite serious. Good. In fact, there is no need to look for it at all, just pay attention to the big movement made when the head of the group meets Yasta next night. Yuan Shiling thought so and did so. He felt the flow of magic in the air while paying attention to the surroundings. Chapter 28 Countdown to Life. Yuan Shiling felt the magic flow in the air while paying attention to the surroundings. Speaking of which, this place should not belong to the royal capital. It seems to be the underground city Sikar, with the royal capital in the center. Forget it, Yuan Shiling, Gao Dun, let's enter the venue first, maybe the group leader has already gone first. Finler greeted Jen Yururi and Gordon, and he took the lead in leaving the venue. Gordon was whispering again. As soon as he entered the venue, Yuan Xiling saw many avoiding demon birds. The avoiding demon is unique to the venue. The lower the magic power, the more they like to pester. As soon as the three of them entered the assessment venue, the evasion bird that was still staying there seemed to sense something, and fled one after another. Gordon and Finler looked at each other, knowing that they didn't have such high magical powers. Then the two looked at Yuan Shiling together. Jen Shiling, didn't you expect your magic power to be so high? Actually, these birds dare not come over because I'm more handsome. Fenler felt that he couldn't keep up with Yuan Shiling's rhythm. Yuan Shiling smiled. This should not only be related to the magic power, but also the dragon core that was swallowed before. The dragon core not only endowed Yuan Shizero with skills and a relatively large magic power, but also endowed Yuan Shizero's magic with a bit of dragon attribute. Long way although it is not turned on, Yuan Xiling's magic power contains dragon attributes. The magic bird can perceive magic power keenly, and naturally it will also be affected by the dragon attribute in the magic power. Fenler stared at Yuan Shiling for a good time again, and said something. That's not right, but you are not as handsome as I am. Besides, you still wear such a big cloak. Yuan Shiling flipped Byakugan. Just kidding, so real. Where can you make me handsome? After speaking, he ignored Fenler and wandered around the venue. Found it, what are you doing here, Leader Yejian? Fenler took the lead in finding the leader of the night. But Yejian seemed to be holding a person's head, and the entire venue seemed to look over here. Yeah, no, how could the knight commander kill the candidate? Seeing that the knight did not stop, Fenler reminded him in time. But by the way, why are you running to the exam site? I got lost when I came out and shit. Really, Frank? Chief of the Knights? A few of them belong to the Magic Knights. Fenler Eligais, who is good at space magic, Gordon, who is expert in spell magic, and the Windbreaker is. Ha ha ha, you have less knowledge. A yellow hedgehog-headed boy who looked a little familiar appeared from the side. He is the god of gamblers, Yuan Shiling. I have been inquiring about this name for a long time. Never heard of. The passerby looked surprised. He was originally a candidate for this issue, and he joined the Magic Knights in advance. As he said, the yellow hedgehog head boy still waved his hands. He is my idol. If I can't get into the knights this time, I have to practice my gambling skills. Yuan Shiling didn't hear this. He glanced at that yellow hedgehog boy. Inexplicably familiar. The last one is Lord Destruction. I don't care about the surroundings when I see you at night, counting down the countdown alone there. Ah, what countdown is this? Ah, your lifespan. Asta was also anxious when he heard it, and steadied his feet, his veins violent, and he held Yejian's hand holding his head with both hands, trying to pull it away. At this time, the fireworks in the venue sounded in time. Okay, the assessment has begun. Finler continued to persuade. Yeji uncurled his mouth, spit out the smoke that he had finished smoking on the ground, and snorted. Released his hand, Asta knelt on the ground. You got your life back, kid. You have to cherish the life you've gotten back. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Seeing that Knight turned around and left, it seemed that he didn't want to miss the assessment. It should be because of Magic Emperor. A gambling god, one that is not easy to communicate with, and a good girl. This Black Bullfighter group doesn't seem to be a serious group. Yes, the only thing I don't want to enter is this group. I also want to be killed by the captain. Jen Shiling could hear Gordon's whisper this time. Jean Irie reached out and patted him on the shoulder as he walked past Asta. It's really bad luck, huh? Golden sword? Yuan Shiling. Asta stood up. Look at the source, Shiling is already a member of the Magic Knights, and I also want to speed up my efforts. Chapter 29 Assessment officially begins. Yuan Xiling walked up to the high platform with the three of them, and the leaders of the other Magic Knights also walked up with people. The powerful magic aura immediately shook all the avoiding demon birds in the arena. Yuan Xiling leaned against the chair where the head of Yejian was sitting, observing the other heads of the Magic Knights. The head of the Golden Dawn Regiment, William Van Johns, possesses the World Tree magic. The Emerald Mantis Group leader, Jack the Ripper, possesses Fracture magic. The captain of the Emerald Briar Group, Charlotte Roseley, possesses Rose magic. The leader of the Watercolored Magic Deer Group, Lil Morche, possesses Painting magic. The head of the Coral Peacock Group, Dorothy Insvoss, possesses Dream magic. These magical attributes were all focused on by Yuan Xiling this time, and if there were any unexpected gains, it would be even better. But some of the other leaders repeated magic, and some just didn't know what magic he was. Yuan Shiling pinched his nose, a little distressed. I don't know where the Magic Emperor is now. Could it be the grandmother who sells purple snakes outside? If it doesn't work, you will have to wait until Yastar and the others go to the black market for the first time, and then look for the robbed grandmother. Yuan Shiling put his right hand on the hilt again. When the assessment is over, find a chance to fight the leaders of the Magic Knights. They probably won't refuse it. Examines, I've been waiting for a long time. I will preside over this assessment. William stood up, raised one hand, no expression on the half of his face covered by the mask. Next, everyone will accept several assessments, and then we will be reviewed by the leaders of our 9 Magic Knights, choose the talents you want, and you can enter. Then I announce that the assessment begins. As soon as the voice fell, William's magic book was suspended. World Tree Magic. The magic tree comes. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. The sky facing the assessment venue was shining. The light dissipated the surrounding dark clouds. A huge tree descended slowly from the sky, bringing a strong wind to blow the people below and quickly covering their eyes. Sure enough, he is still so strong. Fenler raised his hands, his tone seemed to be a little envious. The roots of the magic tree quickly extended, turned into broomsticks, and delivered them to each examinee. This is the strength closest to the Magic Emperor. Yasta also secretly recorded this scene. The first test, you have to fly on a broomstick. The broomstick is the daily way of the magi stir. If you don't, you will be laughed at by others. William continued to deliver his speech. The examines also controlled their broomsticks to fly, many of them fell to the ground halfway through, and many of them flew to high altitude, among which Yono was the worst. It seems that there are still many good ones in this year. It was the leader of the Red Lotus Lion group, Fagorian Vermilion, who was speaking with fire magic. Especially that kid with clover. The head of the Silver Eagle group, Nogel Silva, did not know whether it was pure water magic or mercury magic. After Nogi finished speaking, he seemed to have discovered something again. I'm going to be with you first. Yuan Xiling also scanned the entire venue and found the heroine Einyor who was hiding behind the pillar. Gen Yuri should have joined the group earlier than Einyor, right? So it should be considered senior, right? The next assessments are Magic Power Test, Magic Power Control Test, Creation Magic Test, and Evolution Magic Test. These things also made Yuan Shiling's understanding of magic a little more diligent. After Yuan Zili swallowed other people's blood, he obtained other people's magic attributes, not magic. The copied magic attributes can be converted at will, but the most essential magic attributes of Yuan Shiling will not change. Because it had swallowed the dragon core, Yuan Shiling's magic attribute was a monster, plus some dragon attributes. If you use the most essential magic to shape your shape, it should be a dragon, right? Purification magic is to inject magic power into plants to upgrade them, accelerate their growth or rapidly decline. Or the magic attribute is too strong, the plant may even explode. Finally, there is the question about using multiple magic. If Yuan Shiling uses this magic, he must transform his magic into this attribute, and the same applies to repelling magic. Repelling magic itself is a magic attribute, and there is no skill at all. If you want to use a variety of magic, you must transform it into other magic attributes before it leaves the body. To do this, the premise is to have a strong mental power. Although Yuan Shiling has opened up the sea of knowledge, there are not many mental powers that can be mobilized. The huge spiritual power stored in the spirit consciousness sea was brought by the Golden Tower and the Magic Eye, and Yuan Shiling could not use it well for the time being. Speaking of it, there seems to be a mental power light group in the Golden Tower. At that time, Yuan Xiling wanted to swallow it and was stopped by the system. It was too wasteful to devour pure mental power, which made Yuan Shiling a bit speechless. Chapter 30 Praying Mantis and Dumpling Spiny Insect. What are you thinking about? Yejian turned around and said. Nothing. Ever since Yejian learned of Yuan Shiling's amnesia identity, his attitude towards Yuan Shiling has also improved a lot. This amnesia identity was only recently fabricated by Yuan Shiling. Before Magna asked where Yuan Shiling came from, Yuan Shiling fabricated an amnesia identity. It is said that it came from a country far away in the east, but I don't know how. Many things are suddenly forgotten. After waking up, he was in a small forest with a sword beside him. This should have been a very sloppy reason, and the most important thing is that they even believed it. This incident left Yuan Shiling speechless for a long time. What makes Yuan Xiling feel strange is that his attitude suddenly becomes much better after Yejian. Yuan Xiling only then remembered that he had heard others say in his previous life that Yejian also seemed to come from a distant eastern country, and he was considered a stranger here. This is the same sickness. The last assessment, battle. As William was talking, Fagrain stood up suddenly. Yes, it's fighting. You choose your opponents and fight in pairs. There are magi sters who are good at healing magic behind you. Choose your opponents as much as you like. Fight as much as you like. Fagaline made a fist with his right hand and placed it on his chest, delivering 2 of his speeches. But the atmosphere in the examination room below was also mobilized by him, and candidates began to choose their opponents. William opened his mouth, but he still didn't say anything. Next, players will be invited in. The examiner shouted. Let's go up first. Saigai also urged Asta. Okay. Yasta quickly stepped forward. Let's fight upright. Ha ha ha. Saigai laughed loudly, leaned down, pressed Asta's shoulder, and whispered. A kid from a remote village, it must be very hard to come here, right? You don't have to work hard anymore. The mouse that came out of the dirty and smelly ditch and went in the wrong place, go back to your village. I will take your share and work hard in the magic nights, thank you for your continued foil. Understand? You should go back to your village, continue your life like this, and enjoy it as much as you can, haha. Saigai smiled and walked to the opposite side, and Yastar's pupils gradually widened. Then, the test begins. The examiner also waved in time. Don't be merciful, Asta. Bronze creates magic bronze defensive magic cannonball. Pieces of translucent bronze sheet slowly appeared beside Saigai, wrapping him up, forming a green ball. At the level of candidates, this magic is already very good. Fenler said with a chin squeezed. Does it look like the rare insect dumplings of the Mimo Amazon? See you at night. Hearing this, Yuan Shiling laughed directly. In the plot, didn't Saigai say that bugs are too disgusting? He himself looks like a bug now, no wonder he will eventually be accepted by the Emerald Mantis group. But this magic has a big loophole for Yuan Shiling. This kind of offensive and defensive magic is the easiest to break, even without repelling magic. When the magic ball is released when attacking, the magic power will fluctuate, and there will be a momentary magical instability. You don't even need a strong attack, even if your magic power turns into a toothpick and plugs it on that node, it may cause the magic to collapse. Oh, then I'm here. Yasta looked very calm, not so loud as before. He drew the magic sword from the magic book and set his posture. Black magic power radiated from the magic book, and the strong pressure made the surrounding lose its color for an instant. Asta stepped out with his left foot, and the strong leg strength caused the floor tiles under his feet to shatter. Cut down. The black magic power seemed to be driven by Asta to form a straight line, which was chopped down with the magic sword. The demon sword how cut the bronze ball open without hindrance, and the surrounding bronze shards were shaken off, exposing Saigai with foaming foam inside. The strength formed into the wind, and even the floor tiles underneath Saigai's feet were torn apart. I didn't come to enjoy the magic nights, but I was desperate to become the magic emperor that day. Chapter 31 Nazian's Trouble. Judging from the previous assessments, I don't think it has such a huge magical power. Finler speculated on the side. No, he didn't use magic at all. The head of Yejian also put down the cigarette, frowning. It's not that it's useless, it's that Asta has no magic power at all. Yuan Shiling told Asta's true situation without any violation. Anyway, Asta will have to join the Bull Squad sooner or later. Do you know him? Yejian had tilted his head to look at Yuan Shiling. Well, when I traveled before, I went to the church where he lived to stay overnight. Yasta is a very interesting guy. Yuan Shiling said funny, but yawned all the time. No way, this assessment is really boring. Yuan Xiling turned her head randomly, but found Charlotte, the head of the Wild Rose group, looking at this side. After Charlotte saw Yuan Xiling looking towards this side, she turned her head to look inside the field pretending to be calm. Oh. Looking here when everyone is talking about Arthur Tower, there is definitely something wrong. Who is she looking at? She glanced at Fenler who was standing nearby. This scumbag should be impossible, and then Gordon is even more impossible. Yuan Xiling looked at the head of Yejian again. Yuan Xiling is not so narcissistic that she thinks Charlotte is looking at herself, and the look is the kind of eyes that a little girl sees a handsome savior. It can only be the head of the night. I didn't expect that Yanfu, the head of the meeting at night, is not superficial, so I will pay more attention to it in the future. Asta had already left the field, and Guy was taken aside for treatment. And the next duel was a little boring. Except for the battle between Yuno and the nobleman who had forgotten his name, Yuno flew the opponent with a wind magic tempest tower. Others felt like children fighting, and they even had a round of battle. One move for you, one move for me. It can be seen that Yuan Xiling wants to vomit blood. She is not strong at first, and she wants to pretend to be handsome, waiting for the other party to attack first. Then wait until the attack is in front of you before defending. Who do you think you are? Is the protagonist of the novel? Lord Kakuzu dare not write like this. What makes Yuan Xiling speechless the most is that the opponent's attack power is not very strong yet. Even the floor tiles couldn't be broken, and then the two of them hit back and forth. Other people, Asta, can break a piece of floor tiles with 1 foot without magic. Yuan Xiling simply stopped watching the duel and opened the system panel. I haven't used Miner for a long time. How about trying European gas recently? The system uses gold miners. No keywords were selected this time. The white-haired old man in yellow clothes appeared on the panel. The difference from the previous one was that instead of throwing out the claws at will, he kneeled on the ground and adjusted the machine nailed to the ground. Is this adjusting the angle? Yuan Xiling discovered that the whole layout is a bit like a protractor. The miner's machine is also semi-arc shaped, and the visible area is also semi-solitary. Wow! The claws had been thrown out by the miners at some unknown time, and after flying out of the visible area, they made a sound like falling into the water. Yuan Xiling glanced around, making sure that no one else could hear him before looking at the panel again. Item: broken bronze sword. The former glory is the wedding dress of the strength of others now. It's a sword again, and as soon as you look at this profile, you know that it can't be used to fight. Yuan Xiling whispered. In other words, the system, where did the things hooked by the gold miners come from? Some of the exercises are transformed from information that is easily scattered in the void, and most of the objects come from other worlds. A magical world that uses a magic wand. Nazian was sitting in a chair. As a wild traverser, he is very proud. After coming to the world of Harry Potter, he wants to make everything ultimate and perfect. But the facts are always different from what he expected. The Light Wheel 2000 he bought for the Quidditch Cup some time ago suddenly disappeared. In desperation, he had to take a broken broomstick to the game. As you can imagine, he lost. Oh, my God. He can't figure it out, can't figure it out. If he were to find out who stole his broomstick, he would definitely put the thief's face in Aunt Tom's apple pie next door, and then kick him in the A with Uncle Jerry's boots next door. Then use the forbidden technique stolen from the Hogwarts library to give him a severe shot, and then soak him in the potion for 3 days and 3 nights. At the same time. In a certain kingdom world. Chapter 32 The Vanishing Night Sword. In a certain kingdom world. My dearest knight, haven't you found your night sword? The princess walked down the stairs, her long pink hair drooping from the sides, hanging down to her feet. With his left hand akimbo, his right hand shook a fan with golden stars. The hem of the skirt swayed behind, revealing the short red skirt and knee-high socks in the front. At first glance, there seemed to be faint starlight flashes all over the body. No, my lady. The knight wore a blue and white gown. The difference was that he did not have the iconic golden sword behind him. Slightly bowed, touched the princess's head fondly, and straightened out her dull hair. Then you don't hurry to find it? What should I do when someone else finds out? The princess blushed, regardless of etiquette, and flashed behind the knight, her little crystal-clear hand pressed on the knight's back, trying to push him back to the room. It's okay. The knight smiled and turned and hugged the princess. I have checked the situation at the time through transmission magic. The night sword suddenly disappeared, and I couldn't find it no matter how I looked for it. Why don't I ask about revolving heaven? The purple wings spread out behind the princess, raising her head to ask the knight for advice. No, it's very chaotic outside now. One of the 5 heavenly angels has been eroded by negative forces and is making trouble in the heaven. You still don't go back. What's more, the sword was accompanied by my evolution, and other people using that sword have only those 3 skills. The knight scraped the bridge of the princess's nose. Is Brother Quan Angel contaminated? Well, Angel Quan, his desire for power is too strong. If it is not guided, even if it is not because of this energy riot, one day he will go astray. The knight took out a hairbrush from nowhere, turned the princess around, turned her back to him, and combed the hair on both sides for her. But it doesn't matter if there is a Lord Angel in the heavens. The knight sighed softly. The old naughty Lord Angel doesn't know where the lower realm is going to play, and the Archangel doesn't know why the lower realm is. The fallen angel alone can't stop the right angel. Isn't there still the Zodiac Palace and the Angel of Force? Part of the 12-star palace has also been eroded, and now it is internally restraining each other, and there is no way to free it. Don't tell me that you don't know about Li Angel's situation, don't pretend to be stupid. I will go out next, you have to stay here, not running around. The little loli, who should have been taken apart, blushed, and hurriedly pulled the knight's sleeve. But without that sword, you can't use many skills. It's too dangerous for you to go out like this. Humph, don't you believe in the strength of your knight? I am very strong without that sword. But I'm worried, you must at least tell me where are you going. Little loli pulled tighter. I'll go to the kingdom to find my uncomfortable brother, saying that your clan also has a younger generation who stays in the kingdom, the one who still followed the Saint Lena before. She also awakened Holy Light Trial bloodline, I haven't awakened yet. Didn't you have branched to evolve the fire attribute? And this companion fan, blood is actually not important. But I just want, and after awakening the blood, I don't have to be afraid of those demons. Little loli bends down slightly, shaking the knight's sleeves with both hands. After these things pass, I will take you to the Dark City. Okay, this is what you said yourself, don't go back on it, Lagu. If you don't run around, I will take you there. Well, when did I run around? The princess made a face backwards and jumped back to the room. The knight stood alone in front of the glass wall of the hall, looking at the gradually changing sky outside. He looks calm, but his heart is not calm. As a companion sword, unless it is destroyed, it can be sensed everywhere, but this time, it's more like disappearing directly from the world. Black magic? Black magic can't do this level, right? And is the Archangel convulsed? As the supreme leader of the heavens, he also arbitrarily lowers the realm. Power Angel? But a stubborn old man elder who is gradually unable to keep up with the times, counts on him. Chapter 33 Advanced Props. The first dewdrop in the morning was smashed by a carriage, and the quiet forest was filled with the creaking of a wooden horse. Boss, we got it, got it? The funny little fat man with a wig and a fake beard held up a long cyan box and shouted. Don't take it indiscriminately. This is the stuff of the bone boss. A muscular man in a cowboy outfit grabbed the bronze box in the little fat man's hand and handed it to the thin boy sitting aside. If it breaks, I can't afford to sell you. Don't forget, this time the bone boss took us out to do the task, so don't cause him any more trouble. The scar man on the other side also threatened in time. Am I too excited? The little fat man scratched his head awkwardly and laughed twice. Boss, what kind of treasure is in this bronze box? So many people are rushing to ask for it? The thin young man called the boss of bones by the three studied the bronze box, and did not raise his head when he heard the words. This is an advanced item. Advance? What level? The little fat man still didn't understand. The irritable cowboy man hit the fat man on the head with a punch. The boss has said so clearly, don't you understand? The reincarnation is for nothing? Of course it is the sequence rank. At this time, a click sounded, and the bronze box slowly opened from the middle, exposing the contents, and all four of them gathered around with their probes. Inside was a sword, a broken bronze sword. The thin young man couldn't keep his cold image, and his hand trembled across the end of the bronze sword, as if he was recognizing the true from the false. This thing can't be advanced, but it can replace advanced props. With it, I can advance to sequence 5. But, boss, I heard that this thing is only useful for special sequences. And this thing is so awkward, wait for the tax on Earth Paradise. Scarman also interjected in time. Hearing the words, his face froze instantly. Wait a minute to find Zikin. She still owes me a favor and asked her to help me cover up the past. My subsequence meets the standard, and now the main sequence is not good enough. Before the bones were finished, there was an explosion outside the carriage, and the carriage stopped. The corpse squinted his eyes, closed the bronze box, and walked out of the carriage with the three of them. I saw that the Trojan horse used to pull the cart had been blown to pieces. Master Jinghua, I have no grudges against you, why stop me from waiting? The bones did not look at the pile of fragments. He could perceive the partial yin-yang transition just momentarily, as if the heat and cold were uneven, causing the Trojan horse to explode. And the only one who could do this, I'm still idle and nothing to do, came to block them, and only Jingguachi and Minjiao. Ha ha ha, long time no see, Bones, don't come here unharmed. With that said, a delicate little Taoist came out of the forest. He was dressed in a light blue Taoist robe with a little green. Unlike other Taoists, he did not wear a Hunyuan scarf on his head, but a brown hair bun. Glancing at the bronze box in the hands of the corpse, there is a different meaning in his eyes. The group of four on the opposite side also noticed the look in Guojing's eyes, and Scarman stabbed the body with his elbow. Boss, why didn't you put it in the storage space when you came out just now? Idiot, wouldn't it be discovered by Paradise if I put it in the storage space? The bones also softly responded. You are conspiring loudly. Then I won't hide it, I need that bronze sword. Guojing stretched out a hand from the robe and hooked it. It doesn't matter whether it's a deal, it's not a matter of taking it. The bones snorted coldly, and instead of going to pick up the mirror, they said to the three people behind. The three of you stay away. The three of them turned around and ran. After the three of them ran away, a faint black energy formed on the bones, forming a huge skeleton behind them. Bring it on. Tisk tisk, how can you make me look like a villain? The reincarnations were robbed of each other, let alone you robbed it? Bones. Humph, stop talking nonsense. The bones' pale face seemed even paler. The black energy behind his back also grew stronger, and the skeleton gradually grew his hands and body. Sequence 6 Yozan Soul 1? But Bones, don't forget, I am a Taoist priest. Chapter 34 The Scramble Between the Samsaras. Is it unwise to use the sequence in front of Taoists? Hearing the ridicule of the Jinghua, the Bones remained silent, and the black energy emanating from his body plummeted, and the black energy that had not yet blended into the skull gathered under his feet, and after a full rotation, it turned into a blue energy. The blue chi, like the black chi before, slowly formed behind the bones, forming a huge bronze soldier with only the upper body. Sequence 6 Bronze Soul? Isn't this two branches of the same sequence? Mirror Gua feels a little tricky now. Of course he is not afraid of the normal sequence 6, and even if he practices two sequence 6 at the same time, he is sure to be exhausted. Who calls him blood thick? Even in such a ghost place. But this. The interoperability of different branches of the same series is still very strong, and it can be merged and advanced after the 5th sequence. Sequence 6 can even be confirmed to be fused into half sequence 5. You must know that after sequence 6, each sequence's strength is more than 10 times worse. After all, I underestimated him. I knew I would be ready to come again. The mirror hexes sacrificed yin and yang reversed mirror and also opened the sequence. Sequence 6 Li Gua plus sequence 7 Fuxi. With the mirror hexagram as the center, a huge 8 trigrams picture appeared on the ground, and a Tai Chi yin-yang fish appeared in the sky. Yin and yang go against each other, Fujian mountains and rivers. The 8 trigrams diagram and the yin-yang diagram were disassembled instantly. Yin and yang occupies one side each, and 8 trigrams also occupies one bit. The space covered by the 2 diagrams was also distorted. The bones held the bronze box tightly and shouted. Sequence fusion. The bones simply don't understand how these 8 trigrams and yin and yang work, let alone how to avoid these yin and yang chaos. He only knows how to break through 10,000 ways with one force. As long as he is fused, he can break through these all sorts of things forcibly. The blue and black air formed behind the bones blended together, causing the 2 pictures to faintly crack. That's Li Gua Yang Nian. Shake. With the change of Jinggua's moves, the blue qi behind the bones that originally represented the yang qi became as gloomy as black qi. The mirror hexagram didn't foolishly reverse the yin and yang of the 2 sequences. Isn't that fusion the same? As long as you reverse one, you can change the overall attributes after fusion. Taoist priests have more methods to deal with yin qi, and naturally it is better to transform all of yin qi into yin qi. Fula Jinayan. Guojing took out a bunch of talisman from the robe, 2 fingers pinched a decision, and the talisman flew out in all directions. Yin and yang mirror. Inverted the yin-yang mirror and flew back in his hand. The mirror Gua poured mana into it. A huge suction appeared on the mirror surface, and the black energy around the bones also slowly gathered here. The talisman scattered around also began to play a role, sucking in the surrounding black energy. Yuzan's soul not shushi. The corpse, which had not had any expressions, was finally a little anxious, and forcibly stopped the fusion, and the manipulator Black Qi began to attack. Tongpai broken blue bridge. The big hands formed by black and blue Qi abruptly stretched the space between the 8 trigrams diagram and the Taiji diagram. The black energy of the riot kept hitting the talisman, tearing the talisman to the yin zhen zhen. But at this time, the bones felt a cold behind him, and he felt that Zhong Jinghua had no idea when he had flashed behind him. An appointment sealing talisman had been affixed to the corpse, and the bronze box that was still in his hand had disappeared. After Jinghua got the bronze box, he turned and ran, regardless of the talisman scattered on the ground. He turned halfway and made a grimace. No, this time I have the only chance to take a shortcut. The bones were heartbroken. Yuzan's soul pattered. Under the effect of the 2 times just now, the black energy that was spilled exploded one after another, and the talisman that had left the mirror hexagram here exploded one after another. Isn't it so cruel? Jinghua pinched the magic rune and looked back. The bones that had produced impact from the explosion were already in sight. The remaining black energy turned into a dagger in the hands of the bones and pierced towards Jinghua. Li Gua Yin and Yang Rebellion. The Jing hexagram transforms the balance of yin and yang in the dagger, causing the dagger to turn into black energy again. Yuzan's soul pattered. Under the explosion at close range, both of them were blasted away, and the bronze box was also taken out and smashed onto the gravel aside. The corpse once again gave birth to Black Qi, wrapping the bronze box and himself. The Black Qi dissipated, and the people inside were nowhere to be seen. Huh, I finally left, this damn ghost place, I can't let go of it at all. The Jinghua who was pretending to be dead crawled out of a bunch of broken trees, slapped the dust on his body, took out an identical bronze box from his sleeve, and glanced at the sky vaguely at the same time. Huh, fortunately, I have a backhand, the bones should not be folded back, he was hurt so badly. The mirror hexa enveloped the surrounding space with the universe inside the sleeve. Prior inspection. Speaking hard, knocking on the bronze box. Kong dang. The bronze box fell to the ground, but there was nothing inside. Mirror hexagram. Sword. What about? Chapter 35 The Unwanted Asta. Unlike the disputes and changes in other worlds, a certain magical world that uses a magic book seems very stable. It's a pity, I don't know what garbage I caught this time. Yuan Shiling leaned against Yejion's seat, complaining. This time consumes 13 system points. Yuan Xiling, who was still a little sleepy, woke up in an instant. How many? 13 system points. Then how much do I have left? System points 0. But then, I don't know if this is deducted based on value. Is this broken bronze sword a treasure? If it weren't for many people around, Yuan Shiling really wanted to take it out and study it. Just thinking about it, the system gave the answer directly. Host, this item can be used as a substitute for the special sequence advanced items in the paradise, and it can also evolve some species. In addition, system points are deducted based on distance. Distance. Get the distance of the world from the world or the thickness of the world's barrier. Then what happens if I swallow the system? There is no need for host to evolve for the time being. Alright. Now I have to make up for my sleep, and I will invite a few knight leaders to fight, which is sure to be exhausting. Yuan Shiling also wanted to secretly get some blood with a small dagger, but he couldn't do it at all. This vampire knife can only sneak in the blood of people who have no instinct to fight. As long as you join the Magic Knights and have received 3 or 4 missions, and become sensitive to attacks, this little flying knife will not be so easy to use. Not to mention the leaders of these Magic Knights, each one is as keen as a dog, although all aspects of physical fitness may not be as good as Asta. Finally, it's time for the leader of the Magic Knights to choose members. This is the end of the assessment. Please call the numbered candidate to stand in front. I hope that the group leader of the candidate will raise his hand. Candidates can freely choose which group to enter after a group leader raises their hand, whether to join the group, or when multiple group leaders raise their hands at the same time. However, if you don't have the leader to raise your hand, you can't join the Magic Knights, and it's better to leave early. The leader of the Magic Knights also read the rules in turn. Finally, the referee waved his hand and the selection began. Okay, please come forward for candidate 1. Good. Next, candidate No 164. Yuno held the pendant on his chest tightly with his left hand, the pale yellowish gold pupils shrank slightly, and slowly walked forward. Yes. Before reaching the center, all the leaders of the Magic Knight group raised their hands first. Even the leader of Yejion, who has been yawning with Genuri, is no exception. Seeing such a scene, Yuno didn't seem surprised, his pale golden pupils glanced around. In order to become the Magic Emperor faster, he chooses the best path. I hope to enter the Golden Dawn group. William stared at Yuno, his mouth raised. A good seed was robbed. Seeing the leader at night felt a little pity. Actually, I think Yusta is also good. Yuan Xiling also looked down, unconsciously curling a trace of hair with her left hand. You went to other people's churches for a night, and it's not like that you keep talking about him, right? He will be the next one. Fenler murmured. I haven't said a good thing to anyone, let's see for yourself. Next, number 165. Asta stepped forward, and unlike Yuno's calmness, Asta's sweat had dripped to the ground. Please, no matter which group is good, raise your hand quickly. Tick, tick. The sound of sweat drops on the ground is clear and audible. Raise your hand. Asta felt as long as a century had passed. Number 165, no one raised their hands. Asta clenched his fists, and his body trembled unconsciously. Why? Is that the way I am? It's no wonder. The last sentence was said by the head of Yejian. Even if there is a strong combat power, but this unknown power of unknown origin, who will take you? After all, the most basic thing about a magician is magic, which is also the pursuit of the magic knight. So what? Asta stopped shaking. Yejian, the head of the group's eyes wrinkled, and the blue veins all over his body violently, let go of the magical pressure, and jumped from the stands. Wait, see the leader at night. Fenler wanted to stop. After Yejian landed, he walked towards Asta step by step. You have no magic, no one will accept you, this is reality. You just said that you want to become a magic emperor. In other words, we have to surpass our 9 knights. A little devil with no magic power, dare to scream in front of me, want to become the emperor of magic? Chapter 36 The Power of Yuan Shiling. A little devil with no magic power, dare to scream in front of me to become a magic emperor. Yejian took down the cigarette butt, and while talking, the magical power smeared the surroundings into purple-black. Asta's loose fist clenched again, clenched and loosened. No matter how many failures I experience, no matter how many times I fall. He raised his head, which was low because of his depression. I will become the magic emperor, and I will prove it to you. Although he already knew the plot, Yuan Xiling still admired Asta's courage very much. Dare to tell your dreams when you are weak, and dare to challenge yourself. These are things that Yuan Shiling doesn't have. What can be done? He persuaded, he is not the protagonist, said that these are not afraid of being beaten to death? Yejian was stunned, then burst into laughter, and removed the magical coercion. Okay, very good. You are as interesting as Yuan Xiling said, come to our group. Huh. Yista couldn't believe it. I said let you enter the Black Bull Fighter group. You know Yuan Xiling and are in our group. By the way, you don't have the right to veto. Yejian patted Asta on the shoulder and said. You will be miserable in the Black Bull gang, so be prepared, kid. After that, Yejian's tone softened. Then one day in the future, become the Emperor of Magic, kid. Asta shivered again. From the very beginning, he couldn't use magic, and his dream of becoming a magic emperor was like a joke that every family chatted after dinner. Even if he owns the magic book, no one recognizes him except Yuno, who competes with him for the magic emperor. Nobles will ridicule, common people will ridicule. Finally, a rare blush appeared on Yasno's face. Yes. Number 512, no one raised their hands. This is the end of the entrance exam for the Magic Knights. The examines in the examination venue gradually dispersed, and the leaders of the Magic Knights also stood up, preparing to leave. Yuan Shiling also got up quickly and initiated an invitation to the leader of the Magic Knight group he had stared at before. But it was not good for him to send out all together, so he had to invite one by one, and finally invited 3. To be precise, there is only one. Your pretty spine, come on. Jack the Ripper had a shark fin-like blade on his arm and licked it close to his mouth. Well, it's a bit unhygienic. The other was Fagelin, the head of the Red Lotus Lions group. Yuan Shiling had a good impression of him, and he was fairly friendly to civilians. Yista's dream is also recognized later in the plot. There is also Charlotte, the head of the Green Wild Rose group. Yuan Xiling actually didn't invite her, she just stood by and watched. But Yuan Shiling knew that she didn't come for herself. Yuan Shiling actually only invited Jack the Ripper at the beginning, and the other 3 who wanted to invite had already left the show when Yuan Shiling reacted. In order to avoid embarrassment, Fagel was invited again to let him watch the game. Yista had already gone to the toilet because he had a bad stomach, and the candidates in the venue gradually disappeared. Yuan Shiling and Jack walked off the stands, and the two stood aside. Try your best. I still know how to score. Jack said indifferently. Oh, know how to measure? Yuan Xiling still remembers that someone told him in a previous life that Jack the Ripper had a contradiction with Yeji Unchao once, and he used break magic to flatten a mountain. Does this know how to measure? Yuan Shizero held the hilt with her right hand, ready to activate Guardian at any time. Yejian and Fenler continued to stay in the stands. Are you okay? You just let Yuan Xiling challenge Jack. You know Jack. Fenler was interrupted by Yejian before he finished speaking. It's okay, don't be irritated. What do you think of Yuan Zizero's strength? Yejian was still expressionless, but Fenler could feel that he seemed to be gloating. Very strong, but this. I have discussed with Yuan Shiling before. He didn't use all his strength. He was a little shy when fighting. I don't know what he was afraid of. Yejian took a cigarette and continued. Although I didn't use all my strength, I still felt that his magical power was only higher than that of most Magic Knight group leaders. What he needs now is a lot of practical experience. Chapter 37 Jack the Ripper. The assessment venue was quiet, and everyone present was paying attention to the duel. Are you ready? On Jack the Ripper's knife, there seemed to be a special magic flowing. Yuan Xiling had already pulled out the knight sword, and placed it in front of her, with her skills ready to go. Then I will be the referee. Fenler stood aside. Start. As soon as the voice fell, Yuan Shiling rushed out, wind magic power covering his whole body. This time, Yuan Shiling is determined to lose. First, there are many in the world of Black Clover that are stronger than the leader of the Magic Knights, and they still need to forbear. Second, Yuan Xiling is indeed, as Yejian leader said, requires a lot of practical experience, and Jack is the most suitable. The heads of other Magic Knights may not be able to hurt Yuan Shiling, provided that they did not use magic skins, magic domains and the like. Of course, it is not easy for Jiniri to defeat them, but fighting with them is not a good practice. Third, if Yuan Shiling copied the magic attributes of other Magic Knight group leaders, it would just be more attacking methods. And break magic can still improve Yuan Shizero's strength more intuitively. Magic comes from human desires. Jack the Ripper's break magic because of Jack's desire, he wants to cut everything, so he can change magic attributes to cut everything. But this magic attribute does not seem to be those of water, fire, and earth, but some special attributes, such as the attributes between splitting void. Yuan Shiling's body was wrapped in wind magic, and he slammed out with a step on his front foot. Stab. The sword body was shining with the golden light of broken demon sword, and it pierced out until only golden light was left. Jack the Ripper also reacted in time. Instead of retreating, the magic power on the blade flowed more quickly. Jack crossed his hands and slashed towards Yuan Xiling. Yuan Xiling had already anticipated Jack's offensive is the best defense fighting method. The wind magic power all over the body was ready to explode, forming a triangle in an instant, and it quickly revolved around Yuan Shiling. Break magic, it can cut everything, but as long as it doesn't let you cut or can't cut it, it's fine. Everything was as expected by Yuan Xiling. Although some of the cyan triangles were cut off by Jack, most of them were hit on the fishbone-like knife surface, causing them to deviate seriously. Jack squinted his eyes, and the scar that passed through his left eye looked even more hideous. Before Jack could think about it, Yuan Shiling's stab was already in front of him, and Jack had no choice but to activate break magic. Break magic Shinigami's sickle. Jack threw out the magic power on the blade, forming a series of white magic blades. Upon seeing this, Yuan Xiling had to tap his toes lightly, and the magic of the wind wrapped around his feet made his body lighter a lot. Relying on the toughness of the slime's body, Yuan Xiling accurately and unmistakably drew an arc in the air, turned somersaults, and fell behind Jack. Jack quickly turned around, and the two shark fins were intertwined with the cross sword. Long before Yuan Xiling had landed, he launched the cross sword. After landing, he quickly turned around and slashed the cross sword towards Jack. Cross sword intertwined with shark fin, making the sound of metal collision. The two took a step back each, the blades carrying each other's blood. Hoo ha ha ha, for the first time there was a woman having such a great time in the field with me. You have the value of tearing. Jack said. Female? Please, don't you have bad eyes? I'm a man. Yuan Shiling's head was full of question marks. Ah, you are so tough, you still have such long hair, and you look pretty cute. I thought you were a female, and I couldn't tell from your voice. Jack squeezed his chin. Yuan Shiling's hat also fell off just before the fight. Haha, I didn't say that you bite a shark like a bite. Yuan Xiling complained inwardly. He didn't plan to talk nonsense with Jack, and secretly separated a piece of black mist to swallow the blood from the sword, and cut it at Jack again. Jack directly activated fracturing magic from a long distance this time, and the floor tiles shattered every inch of the way the magic blade passed. Secret skills, jump left and right. Yuan Shiling lay down perfectly with all the attacks with the radiated mental power, but the venue behind him was not so lucky. After casting break magic, Jack also hacked towards Yuan Shiling. Chapter 38 Huha's Mission to the Mission. After half an hour, Yuan Shiling and Jack's competition has long ended. It is worth laughing that Jack was left behind due to the severe damage to the venue and the fact that Yuan Shiling was a little Mensin who had just joined the group. The reason is that he needs to stay to fix the venue. But how could the well-known head Jack really stay and repair the venue? So, the good guy Psy Guy voluntarily volunteered to take on this task. Just when he was about to go to the toilet in Asta, Guy, who attacked Asta, ran into Yuno unluckily. He was warned again, and he sneaked out and was caught by Captain Jack. As a result, the first mission of Psy Guy's joining the group changed from catching the thief in the plot to repairing the venue. After Sika was arrested, he just wanted to refute, he was stared back by Captain Jack. In the end, I had to silently repair the venue with bronze creation magic. Next, let's talk about the follow-up content of the exchange between Yuan Shiling and Jack. This time Yuan Shiling really didn't give up on purpose. He spread his mental power at the very beginning of the battle and placed it in the air to observe Jack's attack. Jack used break magic to chop out many magic blades, and Yuan Xiling escaped with mental power. However, when the two were fighting swords closely, Yuan Xiling's sea of consciousness, which was unstable due to the skyrocketing mental power, stabilized. Yuan Shiling was taken aback for a while. Jack also seized this opportunity, and a magical blade flew Yuan Xiling away. There was nothing wrong with Yuan Shiling, after all. The magic blade separated by break magic didn't have much actual damage. Chiba is also somewhat resistant to magic, and this blunderbuss cloak is not so lucky. Yuan Xiling photographed the dust on her body and picked up the black cloth strip on the ground. This can no longer even be called a cloth strip, and after picking it up, it is scattered into rags. There are outsiders here, and Yuan Shiling can't directly use silk magic to repair it, so he has to put it away first. If it wasn't for honing the combat experience, Yuan Xiling actually had many ways to deal with Jack. For example, you can first come to a fire dragon pillar or storm tower, or put both together. It is really impossible to use rock magic to create a few rock giants to contain them. Then crazily use remote skills to smash. If it doesn't work, you can also use the blood you just collected to make a voodoo doll, and pierce it crazy with a knife in the distance. You can also use the berserker route. After the repelling magic is attached to the sword, it will move forward madly, and Jack will die uncomfortably if he does not die. This also strengthened Yuangzi Zero's determination to enlarge the move as soon as the start, and run when it is finished in actual combat. Although I don't know what Jack's magic field is like. UBD really made us wait. How long did you have a bowel movement? Jiniri's discussions did not change the fact that Yusta was late to the toilet. No, it's really long, as she said. Yusta gestured with his hands. It's almost this so long, super long. Before Yusta finished speaking, the head of Yejiun reached out and grabbed his head, and lifted him up. Who wants to talk to you about the length of stool? You idiot, let's go, Findle. Good. Space magic, the secret path of the fallen angel. A space door was unfolded around it, and the space was flowing like mercury. What's this? Yastar stopped his head without asking questions. If you can't do magic flying, at least you have to learn a teleportation magic or something, but you don't have magic power. Excuse me, see the leader at night, I can't hold on anymore, can I trouble you to hurry up? Are you pointing fingers at me again? The head of Yejiun said as he threw Asta in, turning his head and continuing to talk to Finel. You have to work hard, you have to surpass the limit here. Later, Yejiun walked in first, followed by Yuan Shiling and Gao Dun. The castle of the Black Bull group exploded as before. Magna and Luck pinched each other there again. I can't beat Jiniri, can I still beat you? Idiot, you obviously ate my pudding first. Fire blast bombs bombed all over the castle. Welcome to the worst and worst Magic Knights Black Bully. Chapter 39, Stability of the Sea of Knowledge. You seemingly weak little dwarf from a remote village, you are a new member of the Black Bull group. Although I don't know that you bribed the head of the night to see you. But if you want to put on this Black Bull fighter group, you have to get the approval of Magna Swinger, the first man in my night, the first man in the group leader. Magna changed her previous appearance, or showed her punky nature, blowing her nose round, toward Asta. As early as when the head of the group came in at night, he yelled too noisy, and after breaking another wall, everyone in the bull squad who was still noisy calmed down. Those who were making noise just now all consciously knelt on the floor and confessed their mistakes. This little dwarf is another new member of the team, give me a good training, as long as you don't die. Yejiun stretched his hand to Asta. I am Asta from Hokage village. Please take care of me. Your height is inversely proportional to your volume. Finler also stepped up to introduce Asta members. This is Rak Portia. Actually, he is pretty good. This is, where is Yuan Shiling? He went upstairs as soon as he got back. Chammy replied vaguely with his mouth filled with food. Isn't it? Yuan Xiling has stayed upstairs for the past 2 days, why did he run up again when he came back? Of course, Yuan Xiling ran upstairs because of something. It was about his knowledge of the sea. When the spiritual power reaches a certain level, the sea of consciousness can be opened up. But Yuan Xiling was forced to open up after his mental power skyrocketed, which would inevitably cause instability. What's more, it skyrocketed again after the development, resulting in an unstable state until now. The instability of the sea of consciousness will inevitably cause the mental power to be unable to be released too far or difficult to use. I had been aware of the instability of the sea before, but Yuan Shiling was used to it. At this time, Yuan Xiling was sitting on the bed, running the day after tomorrow. Now he encountered a very strange thing. Since the sea of consciousness has stabilized, the small golden tower has begun to emit a faint golden light. Then Yuan Shiling's original vague memories became more vague, as if those memories were just illusions. Yuan Shiling had just crossed over to receive the memory, and he could only receive the memory from 1 or 2 years ago to the present in a clearer way, and the rest were vaguely large. At the same time, Yuan Shiling has also developed a good habit of running once something goes wrong the day after tomorrow. This is an auxiliary technique produced by the system. Yuan Shiling originally thought that the operation of the day after tomorrow could stop this situation, and then even more weird things happened, and the operation of the day after tomorrow would only make the memory blurry faster. System, what's the matter? Forgetting those extra memories is actually not a big deal to Yuan Shiling. He was just afraid that these memories could be obscured, and others might be. The system is being tested. The test is successful. Report situation 1 by 1. Physical condition, good. The state of mental awareness of the sea, stable. The item name Golden Tower is detected to be working and there is no damage, so please stay safe with the host. Shaoan, don't be impatient. The system will explain to me what's going on. The soul fragments previously fused by the host have received the skill name Override Cognition, and the item name Golden Tower is being expelled. The picture turned, returning to Magna's declaration to Asta. The cloak of the Magic Knights? Please give it to me. Asta stretched out his left and right hands together with the hand in his mouth. Really? Really? Since you want it so much, then come and accept the baptism of joining the Black Bullfighter group 1 by 1. Hey. No matter what means you use next, as long as you can defend or avoid my next attack magic, you can officially admit that you are a member of the Black Bull squad. Then this cloak can also be given to you. Magna, don't engage in the baptism ceremony that doesn't exist anymore, you lost to Yuan Shiling before. Speaking of this, Magna interrupted Barnasha directly. It's just that Jiniri is too strong, I think it is necessary to do a baptism ceremony. Chapter 40 Another baptismal ceremony. Ha ha ha. Barnasha smiled without saying a word. It's interesting, what does it matter? Rak excused Magna instead. I see, senior. Yasta didn't pay attention to other people's speech, he also wanted to try this baptism ceremony. At the same time, he also knew the cutting properties of his magic sword, and he thought that victory was in sight. Although I don't know why the magic of Jiniri was useless in the first place. Ha ha ha, take out your magic book, smelly dwarf. Please advise, senior. Magna and Asta opened the magic book almost at the same time. But this time Magna seemed to have learned a lesson. Go to Hellflame Magic Blast the Flame Demon Ball. The magic ball in his hand flew out directly 1 by 1, this time Magna directly opened the big move. Asta stared at the approaching magic ball, dumbfounded. At this time, the narration in the plot also began. Ah! Dead. Asta's brain intuitively realized. So far, Asta has relied on his tempered body, dynamic vision, and explosive power to cut off magic. But this time the magic, in terms of Asta's current ability, couldn't cut the master's movement before cutting it. Even if his master moves and cuts off, his offensive will not stop there. He will still be hit by the cut-off offensive. Unable to defend, while he knew his limits, he stopped thinking. However, despite this, his body did not give up. The super reaction of the tempered body, its last desperate struggle, will be cut off 1 by 1. A way to survive? I don't know when Asta's magic sword changed to the form of slap. Boom. Yuan Xiling upstairs was also pulled out of contemplation by the explosion. Has the baptism ceremony begun? So soon? Yuanzi rubbed her messy hair. The information he just gave in the digestive system. Coverage cognition is a skill that can be developed only with high mental sequence. Its function is to make the creatures within a range produce memory hallucinations, forming the same memory hallucination of Siamese. At the same time cover the original cognitive range and memory. This is the basis for the stable experimental product of Golden Paradise Experimental World No. 2. With this skill, you can quickly form a society that seems to have existed for a long time. And the original owner is like this. The world where the original owner originally lived was shattered by the reincarnations, and the fragmented world was recovered by Golden Paradise. After the acquisition, they put together a bunch of fragmented worlds, patched the rules of the world, and stabilized the experimental products. The managers sent by the park only need to deal with some material details. And what are the experimental products used for? It goes without saying, of course it is for experimentation. For example, experiments such as symbiosis sequence, if the experiment is successful, you can also become a reincarnation in Golden Paradise. From little guinea pig to dog. In the paradise, this kind of person must have a relatively low status, and they will be forced to kill, becoming a qualified obedient dog who can bite. These operations really made Yuan Shiling disgusting. After the mother world becomes a fragmented world, the rules of the world will be solidified and the world barrier will be reconnected. The newly built world barrier is definitely more fragile. As long as you don't go to the fringe of the fragmented world and die, basically nothing will happen. Except that the world has become smaller, they can't get out. Perhaps in a sense, the managers who recycle the fragmented world in Golden Paradise certainly think so, they are rescuing the people in the fragmented world. It seems that you have to be more careful in the future, and don't accidentally break the world of others. Yuan Zirui stretched out her hand, and a comb made of ice appeared in her hand, combing her hair in front of the full-length mirror. Suddenly hearing the shouts of Asta cheering outside, Yuan Ziling walked to the balcony. Asta was spreading his hands, as if he was hugging the sun. "Aren't you going to check it out?" Anyo, who was at Tsundere by the wall, was startled by Genuro's words, and the honey blushed. Yuan Shiling smiled slightly. "That's it? Maybe, it's good." Chapter 41 The Magical Runaway. Yuan Shiling is sorting out the memories of previous lives to see what knowledge is helpful for fighting. He has read many novels in his previous life, in which the protagonist uses modern scientific knowledge to play new tricks with abilities or other special abilities. But Yuan Ziling only then remembered that he seemed to be just a freshman, as if he had overestimated himself. However, Yuan Ziling still questioned the feasibility of scientific abilities. The main reason is that the rules and environment of Otherworld are not the same as those of the Earth. Some laws on the Earth may not work here. Yasta joined the group last night and received the baptism ceremony. It is now the second day after he joined the group. But according to the novel and TV series, the first day is the most troublesome. Sure enough, like a plot. Magna took Asta around the Black Bullfighter castle, and met Einol who was in Tsundere. Einor laughed at herself for fear that Asta and the others knew that they could not control the magic well, and at the same time, she was dissatisfied with Brother Wang's decision to send herself here. Under the dual emotions, he threw the Black Bullfowl group's cloak to the ground and ran out angrily. However, it was night now. Everyone in the Bullfowl group was busy with their own affairs, and did not find that Einor ran out, and Yasta just came and didn't understand. And Magna, who is a loyal guardian of the Black Bullfighter regiment, was in anger because of the fact that Einor threw his cloak and hit him with a water polo. It was quiet at night. After Yuan Shiling came out and turned around, he also returned to the room. At this time, he was lying on the bedboard. He was sculpting in the sand and dubbing the slightly boring night. "Good night, Tom Buliber, good night, Aircy Dixie, good night, Macca Baker. Good night, Hoo-ha, good night, Ding Ding Car, good night, Flying Fish. Good night, kids. Wait a minute, there is one who hasn't slept yet, who hasn't gone to bed yet. It's Yugobigo who hasn't slept yet." Indeed, Einor is still not asleep in the small woods outside the Black Bullfighter group. She is practicing water polo. Why can't I hit it as I want? Not far in front of Einor there was a tree with a bullseye, and she kept hitting the tree with water polo, but the water polo would not listen to it in the middle of the way and deviated from the direction. Einol was on her knees, panting loudly, but her hands were clenched into fists, just like when Asta saw no leader raise her hands. "I don't want to give birth to your kind of trash. It's useless to be unable to control even the magic power. What is going on with your thin and terrible magic book? Are you really a royal family? For being ashamed of a clan like you, the Silver Eagle does not welcome you." You trash. When Ainyo thought of those two figures, and the brother Wang who had been ridiculing him, she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. I will definitely prove it to you. Ainyo condensed the water polo again, but again missed it. Finally, the magic started to run away. The tyrannical magic power forms a water ball, which envelopes Ainyo, while the excess magic power forms a waterspout, impacting everywhere in the forest. The resulting movement finally alarmed everyone in the building. Oh, what a terrible magic power! The magic has gone violently. See you at night. Magna, Bazana, and Raki came out first. Yuan Xiling, who had made herself sleepy by Makabaka on the bed, also woke up. Oops, I almost forgot that Ainyo's magic power went through once in the plot. Thinking about this, Yuan Xiling got out of bed immediately and wanted to put on slippers. Wait, it seems useless for him to go now. Ainol's magic riot was resolved by Asta beyond the limit at once, and he was just watching. Yuan Xiling also didn't bother to grab the heroine. After all, he is still smooth underneath. His main task now is to become stronger. The water rushing around in the forest rushed Asta out. After rushing out, he was caught by the head of the night and threw it at Ainol. You are here to give me beyond the limit. The water ball was swelling in the sky and separated with the arrival of Asta. Yuan Xiling, who walked to the balcony, couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. To tell the truth, the head of the night was still in a mess, and Yusta could withstand the toss. Chapter 42 Golden Stitched Monster World. The next thing has become much simpler. Yusta rescued Ainol, and Ainol truly accepted the fact that he had joined the Black Bulls. The timeline goes back to the present. Yuan Xiling was so dizzy because of the too much information received yesterday, so he relaxed and fell asleep in Makabaka. Who knows that someone is making trouble again in the middle of the night? Just after Yuan Xiling got up the next day, the vague memory had disappeared, and the memory of the original owner had also emerged. That is an ancient street. When the original owner was a child, his grandfather often brought him here, and the old house is also quite close here, on a nearby hill. Speaking of which, the foundation of the old house is still in the magic eye. The world the original owner originally lived in is also very strange, a bit like the world of ancient martial arts, but without those fancy martial arts secrets. They are all the ones that start fighting as soon as they come up. Outside the ancient street is one mountain after another, but it is not ancient, and there are still some modern ones outside. To put it bluntly, the ancient street is probably a cultural reserve, but this can also explain why there are computers in the old house, although it is a kind of big but. Then one day, a few strange-looking crooked nuts reincarnations came here, and it is estimated that they have been to several low-profile martial arts worlds. But it doesn't seem to come from the earth. Good guy, I learned Hyuxia Kung Fu, Daxia Kung Fu. Then I heard that many martial arts masters gathered in the ancient street. All of them were very excited, and they came to the ancient street one after another. Then I started kicking the gym, specifically to kick those martial arts gyms, but I didn't do anything excessive. Later, for some reason, it developed into a contest between reincarnations in different paradise. Then we are in a competition. I'm coming up, oops, I'm going down, I'm just playing. Playing with you. Then the friction got bigger and bigger, the old one came after the small one, forcibly breaking this world into pieces. The next thing is clear, Golden Paradise seeing this, frantically recovering the fragmented world. Of course, Golden Paradise recovered more than one world. As for the original owner's grandfather, he happened to go to the ancient street to buy candied horse for his dear grandson, and then, he disappeared. After many fragmented worlds were recovered, they were quickly spliced into a suture monster using the rules of the paradise. High spirit sequence managers came, first killed some strong rebels, and then controlled the masses with covering cognition. The original owner was assigned to a school, and he lived on his own for another 3 or 4 years before hanging up. So how many people are there like this kind of stitched world? Yuan Shiling raised his hand and asked in time. According to the database of the system, Golden Paradise is the first level of integration of the fragmented world. In the past, it only limited to recycling. For other parks, there is no such information in the system database. Wait a minute, so how many parks are there? I always thought there was only one. Yuan Shiling was frightened a little. Back to host, there are 9 extraordinary forces. Isn't it? Outside the world barrier, there is the void. At the very center of the void, the twisted void clock is the source of all extraordinary forces. So far, it has turned 10 times, and 9 extraordinary forces have been born. Extraordinary forces are not limited to paradise. Not only in paradise, is it still the main God space? Also, why are there only 9 transcendent forces that rotate 10 times? System, why are you in the stitched monster world of Golden Paradise again? Why am I crossing again? Then why did you choose me in the system? Didn't you say that it's not the second experimental world? Why is there only one? Moreover, we leave that world and hide from paradise all the way. Will there be any consequences if we are caught by paradise? Is the paradise higher than the system? And when did the paradise appear? Will there be reincarnations on the earth? Yuan Shiling spit out the doubts in her heart. After she finished speaking, she remembered what she saw in the novels of the previous life, such as systematic conspiracy theories, and then she felt a little wrong, and quickly added, "If you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer." The system was silent for a while, and Yuan Shiling was a little anxious before speaking. "Host, you have too many questions." Although the electronically synthesized sound of the system still doesn't carry a trace of emotion, Yuan Shiling seems to hear a faint touch. Chapter 43 System Response. In fact, Yuan Shi had these doubts a long time ago, but she didn't dare to ask. Who knows what this system is? From the first day after crossing into the Golden Paradise No. 2 experimental world, Yuan Shiling has been a little anxious. He is not an orphan. What should parents do if he is not there? Although my parents are still working in other cities and live alone for the first time, they will come back someday. Then, when the 4-leaf clover world, the system explained that he could travel back, Yuan Shiling felt a little relieved. If there is hope. But Yuan Shiling also understands that the premise of all this is to be alive. If you are stronger than anyone, you can live. So he doesn't care what the system is, as long as the system can help him become stronger, it can send him back. But this time, I couldn't help it anymore, and the system also told him a lot about Barabara. It seems that the system is not a bad thing. As a result, I accidentally asked about it. Yuan Shiling was a little scared. Before answering host's question, the system must warn host. The system will not harm the host. Please don't be suspicious of the system. At the same time, the system will help the host become stronger. Please rest assured. Jiniri. It seems to be different from what we imagined. Yuan Shiling thought that the system would say don't ask more in the future, even if it becomes stronger. If you ask more, find another host and so on. Now how does it sound like the system is like a big warm man, or a scumbag, who only loves you all his life? The database has been identified, and the content is as follows. 1. Extraordinary forces are not only limited to the paradise, but may also be like the chat group of host's previous life and the main God space. 2. The level of the system and the park is the same, but the park now has a larger volume than the system, and the system cannot compete, but the system is better than a single one. 3. Samsara rotated 10 times, in fact 10 void seeds were produced, the other 9 were transformed into other extraordinary forces, and the remaining void seed was exploited by other extraordinary forces. 4. There are reincarnations on the earth, and the earth is also special. There is a paradise that accommodates reincarnations in a unified way. 5. The park usually has an exclusive small world for reincarnations to rest. The system speculates that Golden Paradise wants to create a second exclusive small world. Did not say why I chose me, and why I crossed. Yuan Shiling thought, but didn't say it. What else could the system say before? It's a big deal to find out the truth by yourself. Woo. Yuan Shiling dragged the yawn to the old man, and fell on the bed again with a whimper. The old problems of the previous life have been committed again. Being able to lie in bed for a while is a while, getting up early is a fool, getting up early is a fool. Although the cells in the slime body are both muscle cells and nerve cells, they can completely take turns to rest, and there is no need to sleep at all. But after Yuan Xiling's mimicry, except that he doesn't need to pull Papa, everything else is physiologically no different from ordinary people, and you still have to eat. The knock on the door also sounded in time. Yuan Xiling, get up soon. It's almost noon, don't you need to eat? Magna knocked hard on the door and shouted loudly. Hurry down and eat. Good. Yuan Shiling replied, rubbing her eyes, calling herself out of sleep, putting on the earrings that she had forgotten before, and not changing her pajamas. She put on her little cotton shoes and went downstairs. Canteen. There are already many people sitting around the table. Mr. Mianyang, chef made by Jin magic, is constantly supplying food to the table. What are the sorcerer knights doing? The burger in the hands of the newcomer Astature. It is said that the sheep chef cooks better than roasted wild boar. Are you serious? You. This is sometimes the job of defending the home and the country, sometimes serving as a guard, the world's #1 and most manly job. UBD. Why do you want to join? Magna, who went down first, grabbed Asta by the collar, pulled it forward, and yelled. Yuan Xiling walked down the stairs slowly, and suddenly frowned. I have been learning about paradise recently, but I have neglected another thing. Einyor also had a magical riot in the plot, but it seems to be noon, right? It can't be night anyway. The plot has changed again? Chapter 44 Coincidence. Why don't you think it's wrong? Yuan Xiling also pulled a chair by the table and sat down. Mr. Chef Mianyang also served food in time. After Yuan Xiling sat down, he pulled the chair forward again, pushed the plate a little, and leaned his arms on the table. With one hand supporting the chin, the knife and fork are flying in the other hand, and the tip of the knife stained with break magic can easily cut the steak. The bright sauce on the steak slowly flows into the slit with the tip of the knife, and slowly penetrates into the steak. There are also caviar pieces on the plate, adding a little color to the whole steak. Yuan Xiling is also in a better mood and has a great appetite. Pushing the chair back to its original position, Erlang's legs were lifted, shaking unconsciously, his small toes hooked on his small cotton shoes. Sure enough, only eating can comfort the heart of food. Without waiting for Yuan Xiling to call one more plate, Mr. Sheep Chef quickly stepped forward and took away the empty plate and served new food. While Yuangzi is scraping off the food, she is also thinking about the changes in the plot. The last time the Sith attacked Saucy Village in advance, it should have been the butterfly effect, and then caused a big change in the plot. But did you follow the plot before? By the way, Black Clover also has anime and manga. Wait, manga. The anime seems to be adapted, and there seems to be an original plot. So which one is the world based on? Anime or manga? Or is it a fusion of the two? Yuan Shiling feels that he is the third party. He also reads some comics, in which Einyor seems to be running away with magic power in the middle of the night. In this way, everything makes sense. The more Yuan Zirui thought, the more he felt right, the more he thought about it, the more he felt right, so much so that when Mr. Sheep Chef replaced him with the third dish, he didn't notice it. He just squeezed his chin with his hand and tapped the table lightly with the other hand. The cafeteria suddenly became quiet. It should be like this. Yuan Zirui was thinking, but was also brought back to his senses by the sudden silence, only to realize that most of the people around the table were looking at him. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Yuan Shiling felt a little puzzled. He glanced at his clothes. Today I did not wear a black trench coat as usual, but a Pikachu yellow pajamas. The trousers are about the knees, with yellow short sleeves printed with black stripes, all revealing white jade-like skin. Yuan Ziling used mirror magic to pinch out a mirror, took a picture of herself, smiled, blinked, revealing the crescent. The tip of a sky blue hair fell into the kabuto hat, and the golden pupils that should have represented majesty also appeared to be innocent, and a face that would definitely make stupid women go crazy. The 1.5-meter petite cute king is still very cute. Yuan Ziling wiped the non-existent nosebleed, and was cute by herself. After all, it is to live what you like, and Yuan Ziling from the previous life should like this type the most. Yuan Ziling also reacted now. They didn't care about their clothes, but they looked too good looking before they were wrapped in a windbreaker and didn't show that much. Fenler stepped forward suddenly, clasped his hands together, held Yuan Shiling's hand, and blinked his left eye. Jen Shiling, you are so cute, you should actually be a girl. Originally, Shiling was a girl, so I said how could there be a girl who is more prettier than the nun Lily? Yasta also interjected in due course. Yuan Shiling didn't wait for Asta to finish, but the small jade foot quickly slammed into the table leg. The knight sword that was leaning on the foot of the table violated the principles of physics. The scabbard accidentally smashed on the back of Fenler's head, smashing back all the words Fenler hadn't finished. The sword body whirled twice in the air, and accidentally inserted into the table in front of Asta, and at the same time frightened Mr. Sheep Chef who had just picked up the plate and Einol who was sitting aside. Asta ended up with awe and swallowed what had just been said. Chapter 45 The Daily Life Before the Samsara. Yuan Ziling is not a girl now, he is asexual now, just looks cute. 3. I still have to teach these two guys who don't have Wangfa a lesson. Asta was scared and sweating profusely. This golden sword almost cut him. Previously, I am not a girl. As if thinking of something again, Yuan Ziling's heart of pranking burst out, and his tone changed. I want to call seniors. I can join the group before you, and there are people who are authentic boys. Yastar. What the hell is it to say that he is a boy, and in such a sweet tone? Ha ha ha, that's right, boys don't say they can't be cute. Magna knew Yuan Shiling's strength well, and couldn't say much, so she laughed and responded to alleviate the strange atmosphere. Yuan Ziling looked at Fenler, who was foaming at the mouth, and threw him a petal healing magic. The scabbard was indeed a bit cruel just now. Ha 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 ha, what is so happy about? The head of Yejian arrived late, and then came to the cafeteria. He glanced around again, found Magna, and changed a serious expression. Magna, it's time for a mission. Yes. Magna also became serious, but he walked to the door, turned around and blinked his left eye frantically at Yuan Ziling. Jen Shiling, do you want to go on a mission too? Of course Nairi knew what this task meant. Well, I won't go. Yuan Shiling now magic eye still has gold coins piled up in hills, and there is no need to continue gambling, although gambling is no different to him from stalking wool. But this time they should go to play cards with the village chief Sisi. The last time Sosi village destroyed a lot of houses because of the battle between Nairi and Sith. Now it is estimated that a large amount of gold coins will be needed, and it happened that night to see the leader and Magna be the boy for wealth. It would be too embarrassing to keep winning if he goes. Wait, what is your mission? I want to go too. Asta shouted loudly and hurriedly got up. You can't go here, this is a task that seniors can only complete. Magna looked more serious and continued. See you at night, let's go. Are you instigating me? No. No. The two walked out the door. Yuan Shiling muttered again, feeling a bit boring. The next plot is from the wild boar incident to the Sith preparing to slaughter the people in Sosi village. Now that the Sith has been killed by him, I don't know what the plot will develop into. Hiccup Yuan Xiling, since you are a man, Hiccup come and have a drink with me. Barnasha burped drunk and shook the bottle in her hand to greet Yuan Shiling. Okay. Although Yuan Shiling had drunk wine in his previous life, he still only tasted it. Ha ha ha. Try another bottle. As a slime, there is no drunk state in theory. Yuan Shiling picked up a bottle of wine next to it and blew it. Cool wakey. Yuan Shiling laughed, and fell on the sofa opposite Barnasha in the same posture as Barnasha. Yuan Shiling, you're not good at it, Hiccup. Only 3 bottles. Before Barnasha finished speaking, she fell down. At this time, Fenler, who was foaming at the mouth, woke up, touched the back of his head in a daze, got up, and looked around with a dazed expression. It seems that he was hit by something. Fenler pondered for a while, and came to a conclusion. Yuan Shiling is not easy to mess with, so don't mess with him in the future. Huh? Fenler, are you awake? Come on? Have a drink. What? Chapter 46 Daily Life Before the Advent of the Reincarnation. Aha, no, I'll go find a girl. Fenler smiled awkwardly, and quickly refused Yuan Xiling's invitation. Yuan Shiling is drunk now, maybe he will do something later, afraid. Chasing girls. Yuan Shiling remembered that the only way Fenler chased the girls in the plot seemed to be licking. Ah, how dangerous and shameful it is. Oh. Yuan Xiling's righteous heart made a big splash, and also learned the tone of translation. Love is mutual and equal, let the world lick the dog. Understand this truth, who is it? Fenler, don't think about it, you have never been able to strike up a conversation before, and you certainly can't chase it now. You can't be a licking dog all the time. After hearing this, Fenler was anxious. Could his scumbag thing be called licking a dog? Don't underestimate people, I will show you one now. Genuri interrupted Fenler's words directly. Okay, as a male compatriot. I will teach you a secret. Yuan Shiling raised her feet, 90 degrees perpendicular to her body, and stood up with a hoo. Love is mutual. Don't use your native love words to strike up a conversation as soon as you go up. You can only talk to natives. Yuan Zirui manipulated ice magic, using the useless chicken ribs that was just developed some time ago and occupied a place ice sculpture creation. An ice cube of his size appeared in front of him instantly, and then there was a slap again, and the extra parts broke apart one after another, showing the extremely realistic and proportional Yuan Xiling ice sculptures inside. If you look closely, some details can also be seen. The ice sculpture is also wearing a Pikachu suit, with his hands in the pockets in front of his stomach. Unlike Yuan Xiling, it has a cool feeling, but it is a bit like a tomboy. Fenler also secretly sighed that Yuan Xiling had such a high degree of control over magic, not to mention Einol, who had been watching the show and had a magic riot not long ago. But when it comes to talking about marriage and marrying, you still have to be romantic. The ice cubes in Yuan Shiling's hands instantly spliced together, and a blue rose bloomed out. Do you want to? The drunk Yuan Shiling didn't seem to know what he was doing. He hugged his own proportional ice sculpture and adjusted the ice sculpture's posture with magic power. The leader of Yejian and Magna had lost only their pants, and once again they would only have their underwear. Ha ha ha, you deserve to be the old man Sixi, someone who is carrying something on his back is really strong. The head of Yejian still smoked his inexhaustible cigarette. Are you burdened? But you can't do anything at a time of crisis. If it weren't for Jiniri. Elder Sisi was a little melancholy. Well, old man Sisi, you are already very strong. This time it was Magna who was speaking, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the head of the night. "By the way, I haven't had time to ask you before, are the corpses of those who attacked your village still there?" "I don't know. At that time, Yuan Shiji used a large water attribute defensive magic to cover us. When they were fighting, we couldn't see the outside world. But because of this, no one in the village was injured except me. In addition, the sound of the water magic was too loud, smashing, and we didn't understand the situation outside. When Naoki revoked the defensive magic, the battle was over. At the same time, Nairi also said that they were fighting, but I always felt it was not that simple. The square is full of mud, water, ice, and cracks, all of which are mixed with bloodline. If you put it this way, some people were killed by Yuan Zirui, and their bodies were also disposed of. It would be a bit difficult to handle." The head of Yejian had already anticipated the situation a long time ago. Yejian leader recruits people to join the group relying on one thing: intuition. He knew the news of Zhengzi village was attacked, and then he ran into Yuan Ziling in the casino again. Yuan Zirui's chi was adjusted very well, and his posture in which he drew his sword at that moment was a killer. Chapter 47 Daily Life Before the Reincarnation. The head of Yejian actually didn't care where Yuan Shiling came from, regardless of whether he was a royal clan or where. What he valued was Yuan Shiling's amazing potential. Yuan Ziling's petite figure looks only 15 or 6 years old at most, but he already possesses such a huge magic power and such a pervert magic. You can take part in a single fight or team battle. It's a good seed. What about killing someone? When a member of the Magic Knights protects the country, which hand is not stained with blood? What's more, the kind of pervert is killed. The head of Yejian looked at the 3 cards in his hand and continued to meditate. "Well, see you at night. I seem to remember that Yuan Ziling seemed to have taken a stone before he left. He said those people came for that stone." "Stone? What stone is so important? Is it a good material for magical devices?" Thinking is so troublesome. Forget it, let me think about it later." Yejian stopped thinking, threw out the 2 cards in his hand, and motioned to the maid beside him to change cards. "Ha ha ha, old man Cizi, you will lose in this round." "Oh? Don't be too angry for young people, it's hard to tell the final victory or defeat. Play cards, play cards." The ending is obvious: the head of Yejian and Magna lost again in this round. Cut. The head of Yejian and Magna skillfully untied their belts, threw their trousers to the opposite side, and sat down again. "Father Sisi, if I win this round, you need to return all the clothes to us." "What if you lose?" "A pair of underwear." "No, it's too uneconomical." The head of Yejian looked at the pocket where the magic book was placed next to him, took out the dark magic book, and said, "What if you add this?" "Yejian leader, this is a magic book, can't." Magna interrupted. "You shut up." The head of Yejian glared at him. "Oh, this can't be done, or you can agree to my request." "Huh? Well, it can only be said that Zhang is still hot." The young 28-year-old heads of Mr. Yejian and Mr. Magna lost even their underwear and owed a request. The 2 of them escorted old man Sisi away, covering underneath them all the way. After going outside, the old man Sixi returned to them the cloak of the Black Bull Fighter group. This cloak was a symbol of status. If an incident of identity forgery occurs after the sale, it will be over. Fortunately, the Knight Leader and Magna walked to the nearby casino, otherwise Fenler's space magic would lose their face. On the other side, after Yuan Shiling performed the proposal scene for Fenler, he pulled Fenler into a large bottle of wine and got drunk. "How? The ones I just talked about." "Ha ha ha, I don't feel good about what you said. I can only target one at a time. If this doesn't work, then don't waste this time." "Oh, is it possible that you want to lick several at once, And want to be Kijuru overnight? No, don't wait until the end, it's hard to hold hands, it's still Kijuru overnight, ha ha ha. Huh. As early as when Yuan Shiling was drinking, Yastar went to do his day's tasks, cleaning the dishes, washing clothes, feeding monsters, and exercising. After about Yuan Zili slept for a while. Warn. 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 It is detected that there is a paradise-throwing reincarnation, and it is detected that there is a paradise-throwing reincarnation. Okay. Yuan Shiling opened his eyes in an instant and found that Yasta was carrying herself, struggling to get down. Asta felt Jiniri moving, and quickly put him down. I'm afraid you will catch a cold while sleeping on the sofa, so I will send you back to your room. I'm interested. Genuri patted Asta on the head, although the height of the two was almost the same. I'll see the head of the night and they will come back and tell him, I'll go out. Oh. Chapter 48 Reincarnation. Yuan Shiling ran silently the day after tomorrow, exhausted the alcohol with magic power, and then jumped directly from the second floor to the hall, grabbing the night sword placed on the table. System, how is the descent method? The body descends or the soul descends. Only one reincarnation was detected this time, and it should belong to the pioneers. Pioneer? I still hunter. Location. Testing. Tested successfully. The landing place is near the village of Allah. Yuan Shiling ran straight out of the stronghold of the Black Bull Squad, and his yellow Pikachu turned into a handsome black windbreaker under a burst of blue light. Allah village? Isn't that a village with a sloppy name? How did it come down there? The paradise will reduce costs and choose the place with the weakest barrier in the world. Ogen Yururi also came near Allah village before, so the world barrier there has become thinner? The void train will not reduce the thickness of the world barrier, and it will come randomly. Okay, it's a coincidence. Jiniri puts on the Kabuto hat of the windbreaker, and takes out the long-lost Light Wheel 2000 from the swollen eye. No way, space magic was obtained after he came to the royal capital, and now the only teleportation coordinates are only the strongholds of the royal capital and the bully group, and you can only ride a broomstick to go to Allah village. The Black Bull group base is in the eastern part of the Clover Kingdom, belonging to the outside world, very close to the junction of the Clover Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom. These days, Yuan Shiling also found a map of the Clover Kingdom, although it was a bit crude. The four-leaf Clover Kingdom is divided into three realms, from the center to the outermost, Wangguija, Pingja, and benefiting the outside world. From the location, you can see the high and low. In the outside world, except for some magic knights based here, the others are civilians with weakened magical powers. The southern part is close to the sea, which means that only Wangguija and Hepingja are close to the sea. Yuan Xiling came for a run-up, jumped directly on the broom, took out the crumpled and rough map, and studied it carefully. Haji village is in the northwest direction of Wangguija. Previously, from Allah village to Haji village, it was about northwest, no more than 45 degrees northwest, and almost all the way to Suoxi village to the west and south. So now you have to go to the northwest direction from the stronghold of the bully group to the village of Allah. The angle is greater than 45 degrees. So Yuan Shi changed the direction and set off. After about 10 minutes, Yuan Shiling took out the map again. Allah village is right in the northwest direction of the stronghold of the Bulldog group, but it feels that it goes farther and farther, and it can't be distinguished even when it goes to the back. No way, Yuan Xiling had to open a space door obediently and teleported to the royal capital. Honestly follow the route you came before. Allah village, a village with a sloppy name, is also the place where Yuan Xiling first came to Clover Church. In order to make a living, the nuns always have unfinished clothes, and the oldest 11-year-old boy, Longichi, also has unfinished firewood. The visit of Yuan Shiling did not bring any changes to their lives. At most, the the wild boars nearby were a bit less. Raiwichi is the same today. He still has to go to the nearby small woods to chop wood. Although the wood in the deep forest may be better, he will only rub a clay ball now. So Raiwichi set off with his axe on his back. It's very close, go straight across the field, then climb a small dirt slope, and take a small path. Huh, cut this one today. Longyi patted the tree next to him, it was in good condition. Huh? What is that? The grass not far away seemed to be stained with red. Chapter 49 Secrets. After Yuan Shiling solved the root problem, he began to struggle with other problems on the broom. What is he going to do to find the samsara in such a hurry? It's over, that bit of horror is committed again. Host is not going to socialize. How can host not do this to the black bulls? Come on, I have watched episodes 20 or 30 of Black Clover, and I also know what kind of people the bulldogs are. They are very enthusiastic. And the reincarnation. Yuan Shiling remembered the infinite flow novels he had read in his previous life. Unconfirmed. Host, you already have a certain level of strength. There is only one person on the other side. The pioneers are just cannon fodder. Don't worry about host, as other problems are solved by the system. Thanks. In the small forest near the village of Allah, Longyi was leaning against a tree with his back facing the grass. What red? That is clearly blood. The irritating smell of blood has been irritating Longyi's nasal cavity. He wanted to sneeze, vomit, and his legs kept shaking. No, you have to quickly talk to the priest and nun. No way, can't say. They are still cooking, and if the cooking time is delayed, the younger siblings will starve. Ah! Longyi panted nervously. It doesn't have to be something terrible. What if a traveler is passing by and is attacked by a wild boar? Will you miss the best treatment time if you delay it like this? You have to check it out first. Longyi picked up the newly bought brass axe and placed it on the side in front of him, his hands still shaking uncontrollably. Just take a look and run immediately if anything happens. Nothing will happen. Longyi walked slowly to the grass, comforting himself constantly in his heart. After all, his kindness and curiosity defeated fear. Longyi successfully walked into the grass. The smell of blood in the grass is stronger than outside, but the bloody grass clearly formed a straight line, and finally stopped on a tree not far away. Longyi raised his head and slowly looked at the tree. The closer he got there, the faster his heartbeat accelerated. That seems to be a person? A man covered in blood. Yuan Shiling is really about to vomit blood. By coincidence, he encountered a robber again on the road, and the robber didn't have any eyesight. His black bullfighter cloak was still draped over the windbreaker. Rob the worst black bull squad? Choose your own way of death. Of course Yuan Shiling didn't kill them either. He tied them all up with silk magic and threw them to the nearest magic knight's stronghold. Then I directly used the Light Wheel 2000 to accelerate and came straight to Allah village. He wanted to leave more magic power to deal with the reincarnation, but now I am afraid that the time will be delayed for too long, so let's act according to the opportunity. In this way, Yuan Shiling ran all the way to Allah village. Looking down at Allah village from the sky, I didn't notice any difference from before. The system, can it detect the exact location? Doesn't the host have rock magic model rocks to tell the world? Haha, I forgot to forget. Rock magic model rock to tell the world. Yuan Shiling's magic power was released instantly, covering Allah village. At the same time, he closed his hands firmly and pulled his palms outwards, and a huge rock model appeared in the middle. The rock model is made according to Allah village, and even the dynamics and sounds can be imitated. Yuan Shiling can also spread the entire Allah village with mental power, but it is too uncomfortable to explore one by one. It should be the small wood next to it. Yuan Shiruo removed the other parts, leaving the small forest part and expanding it for observation. Chapter 50 Wastelander. Your name is Longyi, what are you doing? Yuanzili's clear and loud neutral sound gave Longyi a startle again. When Longyi saw this bloody man, he was really shocked. After calming down, he wanted to use his sturdy body with some small muscles to carry him to the church to seek treatment with a nun. Who knows that Yuan Ziling jumped out from behind as soon as he approached here. Longyi quickly turned around and took the axe to Yuan Shiling. After seeing who was coming, he let go of his vigilance. Aren't you? Jinai. Why are you here? Yuan Ziling glanced at the person covered in blood under the tree next to him, and said. I joined the Magic Knights, and I am now on a mission. Some people say there are wounded here, so I can be transported and treated urgently. Yuan Ziling then discovered that the system is still in the small forest. The system just said that it has detected distortions in the small forest. Then, Yuan Shiling's system points that had been reset to 0 rose to 5 again. Distorted fluctuations occurred in the small woods, indicating that the reincarnation also appeared in the small woods when they first entered, but it does not rule out that the reincarnation ran into the village of Allah during the period when Yuan Ziling arrived. So, Jinai Petty used model rocks for narrating the world first checked the situation in the small forest, only to find that Raiwichi and the one under the tree were covered in blood. Moreover, attentive Yuan Ziling also found that Longyi's axe seemed to have some blood on it, and inferred a possibility that the soul of samsara was crossing Longyi. Oh, you joined the Magic Knights so soon. Longyi was not as timid as he was just now because there was someone by his side. Yuan Zirui saw Raiwichi's expression, and his suspicion about him was reduced. Well, by the way, are there any weird people in your village today? Huh? It doesn't seem to be. In this case, the bloody person under the tree is more likely to be a reincarnation. Okay, I'm going to work. By the way, did you just want to carry him? If you see today's situation in the future, it's best to tell the priest or nun not to act rashly, otherwise it will cause the wounded to be injured again. Yuan Ziling said, rubbing Raiwichi's hair. I'm addicted to touching my head. Longyi was taken aback again, and his face flushed again. I'm leaving. Yuan Ziling pinched cotton magic, slowly floated it from under the blood man, and used water magic to clean the bloodline in the grass. At the same time, he stepped onto the light wheel 2000, and after bidding farewell to Longyi, he gradually flew away. After Yuan Shiling flew away, Longyi whispered. What are you thinking? He said he was a boy. But I really want to join the Magic Knights. Yuan Ziling didn't actually fly far, he just flew some distance westward, and flew to a place that was about to approach Haji village. It is a small hill in a forest. Yuan Ziling dared to do this, and he had already determined that this blood man was in a coma. Next is. The system requests the Devour Paradise template, is it approved? Yes or no? There shouldn't be any impact, right? After the system swallows the opponent's Paradise template, the host will obtain the opponent's reincarnation identity, which can be opened at any time. Then swallow it. Please host touch the other party. Yuan-U-Zero's slender fingers tapped on the opponent's forehead. Swallowing, in the process of information, in the process of shielding the information, in the process of receiving the template information, initiating the identity of the reincarnation, the processing is successful. At this point, it can be completely determined that the blood man is the Wastelander this time.